Chapter 34-29. At the peak of the mountain, the woman in the black dress looked at the entrance of the Yin Devil Land. From the beginning to the end, she did not say a word, and there was no expression on her face. From afar, she looked like a human-shaped statue. The black-robed old man and the burly man behind her were also silent. However, there was a trace of fierce light in their eyes, as if there was a beast lurking in their bodies, giving people a sense of crisis. Suddenly, the woman in the black dress frowned slightly and turned her head to look behind her. "What's wrong?" The black-robed old man and the burly man looked at the woman in the black dress suspiciously. "Why do I feel like there's a gaze spying on us?" The woman in the black dress frowned. "Spying?" The two were stunned and turned to look. There was nothing. "Is it an illusion?" The woman in the black dress murmured, her gaze sweeping the void, ready to release her divine sense to search. Boom. However, at the same time that she released her divine sense, there was a deafening explosion as a terrifying aura surged out. Following closely, just beside the three of them, a horsetail whisk appeared out of thin air, carrying a monstrous power, crazily attacking the three of them. The three of them suddenly changed color. It was actually a sovereign divine weapon. One had to know. The horsetail whisk was very close to the three of them. It was almost only 2 to 3 meters. At this distance, even those who mastered the instant time could not dodge it. Not to mention, it was such a sudden attack. "Your Highness, be careful." The black-robed old man and the burly man instinctively attacked, but they ignored their own strength. With their strength, they wanted to block the sovereign divine weapon. No doubt it was a fool's dream. With a scream, the burly man in black died on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. A super expert had fallen just like that. Was it worth it? Definitely not. Because if it was a head-on battle, even if it was Wang Chongyuan now, it would be very difficult to kill him. But there was no other way. This was the power of a sovereign divine weapon. In front of a sovereign divine weapon, everything was like an ant. At the same time, the black-robed old man was also blasted out, his physical body shattered in the void, leaving only his divine soul. Even his divine soul had suffered a fatal injury, broken beyond recognition. Although he had mastered 2 profound meanings, one of which was the strongest law, it was meaningless in the face of a sovereign divine weapon. There was nothing a sovereign weapon couldn't destroy. Unless it was a dominator's weapon. A sovereign weapon? At this moment, the other princesses and princes who were hiding nearby finally reacted and looked over in surprise. That's it. It's Qin Feiyang's sovereign divine weapon. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. As soon as the white-robed young man saw the horsetail whisk, he roared angrily and his killing intent surged out. Clang! The white dragon's sword appeared at the first moment, and with a world-destroying sharpness, it charged towards the horsetail whisk. Qin Feiyang's sovereign weapon? Aren't they in the Yin Devil Land? When the others heard this, they were all bewildered. When did this group of people leave the Yin Devil Land? By the time they came back to their senses, the princes and princesses had already brought their followers and were charging over aggressively. Look at the horsetail whisk again. After killing the black-clothed man and severely injuring the black-clothed old man, he continued to attack the black-clothed woman. The woman in the black dress also appeared extremely flustered at this moment. She didn't expect Qin Feiyang's sovereign divine weapon to attack her from behind. The woman in the black dress was about to die. However, at this moment, a black light suddenly appeared around the woman in the black dress. Immediately, accompanied by a loud clang, a black bronze mirror flew out from her body and floated above her head. The sovereign divine weapon automatically protected its owner. This bronze mirror was about the size of an adult's palm. It was completely black, and there were 2 black dragons engraved on it. It looked like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. As the bronze mirror appeared, rays of black light fell and instantly formed a barrier that enveloped the woman in the black dress. Boom! The horsetail whisk hit the barrier, but it didn't break it. This is a sovereign divine weapon. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang and the others' eyes trembled. This woman indeed had a sovereign divine weapon in her hand. Could it be that these princes and princesses all had a sovereign divine weapon? As the horsetail whisk and the bronze mirror collided, The invisible state of Qin Feiyang and the others was finally broken, and they immediately appeared from the void. When the woman in the black dress saw the bronze mirror appear, she also calmed down. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with murderous intent in her eyes. Go! Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate and secretly shouted to Madman. Originally, he wanted to kidnap the woman in the black dress as a bargaining chip, but looking at the current situation, Qin Feiyang really gave up on this idea. Because Bai Longjian had already attacked. Coupled with this ancient mirror, the horsetail whisk alone couldn't match up to them. Not to mention, the other princes and princesses also charged over. If they really had a sovereign divine weapon, then once they were surrounded, even if a god descended to the mortal world, he wouldn't be able to save them. Hearing Qin Feiyang's shout, Madman immediately opened a space-time transmission channel without any hesitation. Immediately afterward, 4 people and 1 wolf ran into the space-time channel without looking back. The horsetail whisk released a monstrous power, sending the woman in the black dress and the bronze mirror flying. It also turned in the air and rushed into the space-time channel like a bolt of lightning. Don't run if you have the guts. Bai Longjian roared. Back in the inner area, he was tricked by Qin Feiyang and the others, so in his heart, he had already listed Qin Feiyang and the others as a target to kill. So now, seeing Qin Feiyang and the others enter the space-time channel, he was extremely anxious and angry. Are you waiting for death? Are you stupid or are we stupid? Let's meet again if fate wills it. The white-eyed wolf's voice came from the space-time channel. Damn it. The woman in the black dress also had a frosty expression at this moment. Her thick black hair fluttered without wind, and her entire body was emitting a bone-piercing cold current. We can't let them go. Suddenly, she stared at the bronze mirror and coldly shouted. The bronze mirror immediately shook in the void and shot out a black divine light, like a bolt of lightning, into the space-time channel. At the same time, the white dragon sword also slashed toward the space-time channel with thousands of sword chi. As long as this space-time channel was destroyed, Qin Feiyang and the others' teleportation could be interrupted. The 2 sovereign divine weapons attacked, and the space-time channel collapsed on the spot. However, Qin Feiyang and the others did not fall out of the void. Obviously, they had been teleported away. Bastard! The woman in the black dress clenched her hands and looked at the soul of the old man in black with a gloomy face. Before the official battle, one of her 2 followers was dead and the other was injured. For her, it was a great shame. The most hateful thing was, she was clearly waiting here for Qin Feiyang and the others, but in the end, she was schemed against by Qin Feiyang and the others and suffered a big setback. At the same time, the young man in white and the other princesses and princes also had ugly expressions. In the past, they were very confident that they could definitely wait for Qin Feiyang and catch Qin Feiyang and the others off guard. But in the end, they were caught off guard by Qin Feiyang and the others. As the princes and princesses of the dragons, how could they bear such a failure? They all felt that they were severely humiliated by Qin Feiyang and the others. Where did they come from? Why didn't we notice at all? The followers of the princes and princesses were also frowning. This was completely beyond their expectations. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, an old woman's eyes trembled and her face was full of horror. What? Everyone looked at the old woman. If I'm not wrong, they should have taken a detour to the southern continent, and then opened the space-time channel from the southern continent to return to the eastern continent. The old woman said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the group of people trembled. If that was the case, didn't it mean that Qin Feiyang and the others had already expected that they would be waiting here? Amazing. They beat us at our own game, circled back from the southern continent, and caught us off guard from behind. These people really can't be underestimated, an old man in green said. Not only was there a trace of shock on his old face, but there was also a trace of admiration. It was rare to see a young man with such sensitivity, judgment, and the courage to sneak attack them, and so good at scheming. Then what should we do next? A young man in red asked. Everyone was silent. Hee. Suddenly, a bell-like laughter rang out. The princes and princesses looked at a silver-haired woman and frowned slightly. The silver-haired woman looked at the white-clothed young man and the black-dressed woman. She giggled and said, "First, Brother Xiaobai was fooled. Now, it's second sister who suffered a great loss. This Qin Feiyang is really interesting." Hearing this, the young man in white and the woman in black's face suddenly sank. "Don't gloat, okay? Even if you can't help it, you should cover it up a little. After all, we're brothers and sisters, you have to save face." The young man in red laughed and glanced at the young man in white and the woman in black with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "Brother Shui, I'm not gloating. I'm just feeling sorry for them." The silver-haired woman sighed and looked harmless. Feeling sorry for them? The young man in red was slightly stunned. He looked at the silver-haired woman with a trace of disdain in his eyes. The silver-haired woman didn't care at all. She looked at the woman in black and smiled. "We're going to enter the eastern continent and continue to hunt down Qin Feiyang and the others. But second sister, don't you want to go back to the dragon's nest first?" "Why should I go back to the dragon's nest?" The woman in black was expressionless. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, like an ice fairy. "Of course I'm going back to find help. Look, one of your followers is dead and the other is injured. In your current situation, if you enter the eastern continent, it won't be you who will hunt down Qin Feiyang and the others. It will be Qin Feiyang and the others who will hunt you down." The silver-haired woman laughed. "You," the woman in black clenched her fists. The anger on her face was obvious. The silver-haired woman looked at the woman in black and asked, "Second sister, why are you angry?" "I'm doing this for your own good. No need. Mind your own business." The woman in black took a deep breath and said coldly. She then turned to the old man in black and asked, "Can you do it?" "No problem." The old man in black nodded and smiled. "Let's go." The woman in black waved her hand and the bronze mirror disappeared in her body. She then led the old man in black and disappeared into the mountains ahead without looking back. Second sister really likes to flaunt her superiority. The young man in red shook his head. "You all know second elder sister's temper. You'd better shut up." The young man in white glanced at the silver-haired woman and the young man in red and left with the middle-aged couple. "Can she hunt down Qin Feiyang just because she has a bad temper?" The young man in red smiled disdainfully and left with the two old men in red. The other princes and princesses looked at each other, and one after another, they disappeared into the vast mountains like lightning with their followers. Chapter 34:30. The two white-haired old women standing behind the silver-haired woman looked at the departing figures with helplessness. Then, the two of them looked at the silver-haired woman and sighed, "Princess, can't you be merciful? After all, we're all of the same race." "Same race." The silver-haired woman let out a bell-like laugh, turned to look at the two of them, and asked, "Do you believe your own words?" The two old women fell silent. "Among us dragons, there has never been any feelings of kinship. Scheming, double-dealing, and harming each other, this is the true state of the dragons. I'm just more honest. I say whatever I think, unlike them, who keep everything in their hearts and wear a disguise all day long." The silver-haired woman's face was full of ridicule. "All right." The two old women nodded. Although it was cruel, it was the truth. Kindness and kindness could not survive among the dragons. "Let's go. Let's go and meet Qin Feiyang and his group. I want to see if they have 3 heads and 6 arms." The silver-haired woman giggled like a little elf. The two old women looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and left with the silver-haired woman. Back to Qin Feiyang and the others. Tianfeng City, outside the city, above a mountain. 4 people and 1 wolf stood against the wind. The horsetail whisk floated in the air, casting down a divine light to protect them. If not for the protection of the horsetail whisk, the divine light released by the bronze mirror would have been enough to kill them. Because that divine light was aimed at them. The bronze mirror, the white dragon sword, and the golden spear, these are the 3 rulers' divine weapons. Such a lineup is enough to compete with us. Just how terrifying is the foundation of the dragons? Wang Chongyuan whispered with a solemn expression. Although they had killed the black-clothed man and severely injured the black-clothed old man, they were not happy at all. Their hearts felt heavy as if there was a huge rock pressing down on them. This was because they only had the horsetail whisk, the ancient castle, and the slaughter domain. In total, They only had 3 sovereign weapons. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. He looked at the madman's trio and the white-eyed wolf and sighed, "It seems that we can only outsmart the dragons from now on and not fight them head-on." "Yes." The 3 men and 1 wolf nodded. They were no match for the dragons in a head-on clash. Judging from the current situation, it was very likely that each of the princes and princesses had a ruler's weapon. If they were to fight them head-on, they would have no chance of winning. No. He could only be abused. Therefore, these princes and princesses had to be dealt with one by one. As long as these princes and princesses were not of one mind, they would have a chance. Pei Tianhong hesitated for a moment before looking at Qin Feiyang. "Young master, I have a question that I have been pondering for a long time. I can't hold it in any longer. Can you answer it for me?" "What is it?" Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Pei Tianhong asked, "Why do the dragons keep saying that you have some purple gold dragon bloodline?" "That's right. Purple gold dragon bloodline, only the legendary purple gold divine dragon has it. You are a human, how can you have purple gold dragon bloodline? Besides, we have been together for so long and have seen your bloodline power. Not to mention purple gold dragon bloodline, you don't even have the aura of a divine dragon." Wang Changyuan also said, his face full of confusion. "So it's this." Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled, but he didn't immediately answer. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the 2 and asked, "Then answer my question first. Is there a purple gold divine dragon in the sky cloud realm?" "There shouldn't be." The 2 looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. "Really?" Qin Feiyang asked. "There are very few legends about the purple gold divine dragon, let alone others. In any case, we have never heard of a purple gold divine dragon." "Of course. We don't know, but it doesn't mean others don't know. For example, this dragon. Purple gold divine dragon is also a divine dragon. I believe they must know something." Pei Tianhong said. "I also know that dragons will definitely know something about the purple gold divine dragon, but with our current relationship with them, will they tell us?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He was now wondering if the dragons of the sky cloud realm would be the purple gold divine dragon. However, from the attitude of the golden-clothed youth when he talked about the purple gold divine dragon, it seemed that he didn't like the purple gold divine dragon very much. This was a bit worth pondering. They were both dragons, but why would the golden-clothed youth, as a golden dragon, dislike the purple gold divine dragon so much? "Young master, what about your purple gold dragon bloodline power?" Pei Tianhong looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. He couldn't help but be curious. Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Tianhong and then looked at Wang Changyuan. He smiled and said, "I do have the purple gold dragon bloodline power." "What?" The 2 were stunned. There really was such a thing. But why didn't they see it? Qin Feiyang said, "You didn't see it because my purple gold dragon bloodline was covered up." "Covered up?" The 2 were stunned. "That's right. Not only me, my ancestor Qin Batian, and my younger brother in the lower realm also have the power to awaken the purple gold dragon bloodline. It's just that when I was in the ancient realm, in order to avoid the pursuit of the dragons, my ancestor Qin Batian spent a lot of energy and effort to develop a pill that can cover up the purple gold dragon bloodline. So now, my ancestor's bloodline power looks no different from ordinary people." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "So that's how it is." The 2 suddenly understood, and a trace of admiration crept onto their faces. To be able to develop such a pill, this person called Qin Batian was really a shocking talent. "Why did you awaken the purple gold dragon bloodline power?" Wang Changyuan was suspicious. "I don't know either. Although the bloodline of the Qin clan can be said to be flourishing, from ancient times until now, only the 3 of us have awakened the purple gold dragon blood." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Not necessarily. After all, we've been away from the great Qin Empire for so long. Who knows if someone else has awakened the purple gold dragon bloodline?" White-eyed wolf interrupted. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, but he nodded and smiled. "Of course, I also hope that more descendants of the Qin clan can awaken the purple gold dragon bloodline." "Qin clan?" Pei Tianhong muttered. Pei Tianhong pondered for a moment and said with surprise, "Young master, Could it be that the bloodline of the Qin clan is the offspring left behind by the purple gold divine dragon and human? Huh. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Because there's no other explanation. If you are the purple gold divine dragon, then there's no other reason. But the problem now is that you are all real humans. Humans have the purple gold dragon bloodline power. The only explanation is that you are the descendants of the purple gold divine dragon and human. Pei Tianhong analyzed. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Actually, I also thought of this before, but before I get confirmation, I can't directly come to a conclusion. Besides, my ancestor has already gone to look for the mystery of his origins. Where to find it?" Pei Tianhong was suspicious. "In the sky cloud realm," Qin Feiyang said. "Then I don't think there will be any results. After all, old Wang and I know more about the sky cloud realm than your ancestor. If even we don't know, it's even more impossible for your ancestor to find out." Pei Tianhong said. "Not necessarily. Just like the dragons, you have been in the sky cloud realm for so many years and you didn't know about them, but now we found them." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Pei Tianhong was taken aback and nodded with a smile. "That's right, after all, you are not ordinary people. What's unusual? We all have one nose and two eyes. What's the difference? The fact that we were able to find the dragon race was all destined." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's something that's destined," Pei Tianhong whispered. "That's right. Small Beast and Ice Dragon have been watching me. Fire Dragon has always wanted to kill me. Similarly, I also want to kill them. I am also looking for them. So in the end, no matter what, I will meet them. After meeting them, I will naturally find the dragons of the sky cloud realm. To be more specific, this is actually a kind of karma. Small Beast, Ice Dragon, Fire Dragon, and me, we are tied together by karma. Perhaps this is the so-called fate. No matter where I go, I can't escape from their entanglement." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan couldn't help but deeply agree. Karma, fate, these things, although ethereal and untouchable, they actually exist between every living being. Wait. Karma, fate. Qin Feiyang seemed to have comprehended something as he lowered his head thoughtfully. Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf all looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. What's going on? Why did he suddenly become silent? The White-Eyed Wolf raised his paw and waved it in front of Qin Feiyang. He found that Qin Feiyang didn't react at all. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, there seemed to be mysterious runes flashing in his eyes. "Don't touch him." Pei Tianhong seemed to have thought of something as he quickly pulled the White-Eyed Wolf and transmitted his voice. "What's wrong?" The White-Eyed Wolf was shocked. Pei Tianhong thought to himself, he should have entered some kind of epiphany state. He was afraid of disturbing Qin Feiyang. Epiphany? The White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy froze for a moment before their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. This guy, he actually entered an epiphany state again. Thinking about other people's lives, it was rare for them to have an epiphany. But this guy, entering an epiphany for no reason, how could it be so easy? This bastard, he should be the chosen one, right? He had invincible luck, otherwise how could it be so easy? It really made one jealous. Protect the young master, don't be disturbed at this time. Pei Tianhong looked at Wang Chongyuan. Understood. Wang Chongyuan nodded. Immediately, the two of them rose into the air and stood in the air, scanning the surrounding mountains and rivers with vigilance. The horsetail whisk was still floating above Qin Feiyang's head. Strands of divine light descended, silently protecting Qin Feiyang. Chapter 34-31. Time flashed by. Half a day passed. The mysterious runes in Qin Feiyang's eyes seemed to be gradually changing. At the same time, an obscure aura quietly spread out from Qin Feiyang's body. At first, if one didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to feel it. As time passed, the aura became more obvious. This seems to be cause and effect power. Pei Tianhong muttered. Not good. Right now, young master's consciousness has completely entered a state of enlightenment. He himself can't feel the cause and effect power. If it continues to spread like this, it will alarm the nearby living beings. At that time, it might attract the dragons. Wang Chongyuan's expression changed slightly as he transmitted. Hearing this, Pei Tianhong's eyes sank slightly. As expected. In the evening, the nearby beasts as well as the humans training and hunting in the mountains felt the cause and effect power. At this time, the cause and effect power was like a spider web, covering millions of miles and still spreading further. Wind City was nearby. Once it spread to Wind City, it would definitely cause a commotion. Why don't we set up a time array under him? That way, it will be faster. Madman was also quite worried. No. The appearance of a time array will cause time to change. This will affect young master's enlightenment. In short, when a person enters a state of enlightenment, nothing can interfere. Otherwise, there might be a deviation. Pei Tianhong shook his head. Then why won't there be a deviation in the Black Tortoise world? Madman was suspicious. The Black Tortoise world also had a time array. Because the Black Tortoise world's time array is fused with the entire Black Tortoise world. The fusion here doesn't only refer to the fusion with the world. There are also laws, origins, etc. There's a fundamental difference between this and a standalone time formation. Pei Tianhong said. Madman thought for a moment and asked, then why don't I send a message to the Fire Lotus and have the Fire Lotus bring him to the Black Tortoise world? This method can work. Pei Tianhong was taken aback and nodded. Madman immediately took out a voice transmission stone. After receiving the message, Fire Lotus immediately appeared outside. When she saw Qin Feiyang standing motionlessly in the air, her eyes flashed with envy. Following closely, with a gentle wave of her hand, a group of people immediately appeared in the Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang was still standing motionless above the Devil's Land. He didn't notice that he had already changed places. Furthermore, as Qin Feiyang appeared in the Devil's Land, endless karma power surged out in all directions. Very soon, the central province, which was the closest to the Devil's Land, was shrouded in this karma force. The 9 great commanders, 6,000 shadow guards, Pei Dason and the others, as well as the ferocious beasts living in the central prefecture, all looked at the Devil's Land in surprise. Now I can finally be at ease. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan smiled at each other. As long as he was in the Black Tortoise world, no matter how big of a commotion Qin Feiyang made, it would not alarm anyone outside. But if he continues like this, how can we carry out our plan? Don't forget, we still have to rush to the Western continent as soon as possible and cooperate with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to put on a show for the dragons. Madman frowned. Yes. I forgot about this matter. Pei Tianhong patted his head and fell into deep thought. Epiphany was a bit hard to say. It might only take a while, a few days, or even several years. From the time Qin Feiyang entered the Epiphany until now, almost a day had passed. The Dragons group had entered the Eastern continent. With the ability of these people, they should have already inquired about their situation in the Eastern continent. Perhaps they were already on their way to the Western continent. Therefore, this matter couldn't be delayed. Pei Tianhong suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Chongyuan. Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Fire Lotus at the side. Say it quickly. Madman urged. After all, the Hall of Famers was his master. He was anxious in his heart. Find someone to pretend to be the young master. Pei Tianhong said. Pretend to be him? Madman was slightly stunned and said in realization, you mean to find someone to pretend to be him and then we will head to the Western continent together? That's right. Pei Tianhong nodded. Okay. Madman didn't delay. He looked at Fire Lotus and said, you are fast. Go to the central continent and call a secret guard over. Cultivation isn't important, as long as they are smart enough. Because one's cultivation could be suppressed. Fire Lotus responded and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. When will this daddy find that brat and ask for the authority? Seeing how Hua Lian was able to enter and exit the Black Tortoise world at will and even control the laws of the Black Tortoise world, Madman felt very envious. Even Big Brother doesn't have this authority. You. White-Eyed Wolf said in disdain. Yeah, don't you feel bad? You don't even have Fire Lotus, but you don't. At the very least, you and old Qin are brothers who have gone through life and death together. Madman laughed sinisterly. Yeah. This makes Big Brother unconvinced. No, let's find a time in the future to find that brat and ask for an explanation. Why? White-Eyed Wolf said fiercely. Okay. Madman chuckled. To be honest, he had always been afraid of that little brat. Because even Qin Feiyang couldn't do anything to that brat, he wanted to instigate White-Eyed Wolf. When it was time. With White-Eyed Wolf leading the way, even if he angered that brat, it would be White-Eyed Wolf who would suffer. Sure. In less than 5 breaths, Fire Lotus brought a person back to the Devil's Land. This person was the second commander. When he knew that there was a mission, the second commander was the first to step forward. Because this was a chance to show off, Madman explained the details to the second commander in a concise manner. Don't worry. I will cooperate. The second commander nodded and then took out an illusory form pill and changed into Qin Feiyang's appearance. He also suppressed his cultivation to the sovereign realm. Madman also looked at Fire Lotus and said, "Send a message to your master. I have something to ask him." After speaking, he lowered his head and pondered. What is it? Fire Lotus was suspicious. Don't waste time. I will ask him directly. Madman urged. Fire Lotus smiled helplessly and took out a voice transmission divine stone. Qin Feiyang wasn't around, so Madman had to step forward and take charge of the situation. After all, he knew what Qin Feiyang was thinking and knew what to do. In terms of tactics, Madman wasn't much worse than Qin Feiyang. It was just that Qin Feiyang usually dealt with it, so he didn't like to worry. Buzz. Very soon. Elder Hua's figure appeared. Master. Fire Lotus bowed. Why are you sending me a message at this time? Do you know how chaotic the situation in the Eastern Continent is now? This isn't the time to play around. If there isn't anything important, don't send me a message. Elder Hua said in a deep voice. Madman is looking for you. Fire Lotus said. Little Madman? Elder Hua was stunned and asked in confusion, then why didn't he send me a message directly? Why would he bother you? He's right beside me. Fire Lotus smiled. Madman took a deep breath and walked to Fire Lotus's side. He looked at Elder Hua and said, So, the dragons are really asking around in the Eastern Continent about us? That's right. Just this morning, they entered the Eastern Continent and went to all the major cities to ask around. However, they didn't announce their identity as dragons to the public. Elder Hua said. That is to say, although the people in the Eastern Continent know about them, they don't know about their identity as dragons and mystical dragons? Madman asked. Yes. Elder Hua nodded. After asking around for a day, they should know our situation like the back of their hand. Madman sneered. More or less, because I've been secretly watching them. Elder Hua said. So, they haven't gone to the Demon Palace? Madman asked. Not yet. But it's only a matter of time. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Elder Hua smiled and wasn't too worried. All right. I'm sending you a message now because I want to tell you something. When the dragons arrive at your Demon Palace, tell them to go to the Western Continent. At that time, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and I will put on a good show for them. There was a cold smile in Madman's eyes. All right. Elder Hua nodded. At this moment, Chu Yun appeared beside Elder Hua and glanced at Madman and Fire Lotus. She then looked at Elder Hua and said in a deep voice, A woman has come to our Demon Palace and injured many of our disciples. Speak of the devil. Elder Hua's eyes flashed. What woman? Madman was suspicious. It's that woman in a black dress. Chu Yun said. So it's her. Madman nodded and asked, Didn't we tell you not to offend them? Why were their disciples injured by her? This is also an act for them to see. If we act respectfully when they arrive, they will definitely think that we already know their identities. If that's the case, they will think that you were the one who tipped us off. After all, only you know their true identities. Elder Hua smiled. I see. Impressive. Madman chuckled. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Stop flattering me. I have to deal with them first. You guys be careful. Elder were exhorted and turned off the voice transmission god stone. He looked at Chu Yun and said, let's go and meet her. At the same time, Fire Lotus also sent Madman and the others out of the Black Tortoise realm. Madman then opened a spacetime passage and rushed to the western continent. Who are you? Do you know where this is? You're courting death. In the sky above the Devil Palace. The woman in a black dress walked step by step in the air. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and her dress rustled. She was like an ice fairy that had descended to the mortal world, emitting a cold aura. But the black-clothed old man wasn't by her side at this moment. There were many Devil Palace disciples surrounding the black-clothed woman. Every one of them was furious. She actually dared to barge into the Devil Palace alone. Did she eat a leopard's guts? However, no matter how the Devil Palace disciples berated her, the black-clothed woman didn't say a word. Her eyes were also filled with contempt. Don't be presumptuous in the Devil Palace. Suddenly, along with a loud shout, Chu Yun and Elder were both descended in the sky. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Although they knew the black-clothed woman's identity, they still had to continue the act. Chapter 34-32. Elder Hua, Vice Hall Master, she's gone too far. Not only did she injure countless of our fellow disciples, but she also spoke rudely. She even asked all of you and the Hall Master to kneel and welcome her. A group of disciples immediately surrounded Elder Hua and Chu Yun and roared with righteous indignation. A murderous aura surged from Elder Hua's body when he heard this. He raised his hand and waved it. The surrounding disciples immediately quieted down. In the distance, many disciplinary elders and deacon elders were also making their way toward Qin Nan with murderous looks. What do you want? Chu Yun took a step forward and stood in front of the woman in a black dress. A cold light flickered in her eyes. You're Chu Yun, the Vice Hall Master of the Devil Hall. The woman in a black dress sized Chu Yun up and said indifferently. Chu Yun laughed out of anger and shouted, since you know that this is the Devil Hall and that I'm the Vice Hall Master of the Devil Hall, how dare you be so presumptuous? The Devil Hall, the woman in a black dress muttered. She looked at Elder Hua and said coldly, you're Chu Yun's teacher, the former Vice Hall Master, the current Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Hua, who's known as a person of virtue and prestige, right? That's me. Elder Hua nodded and sized up the woman in a black dress. He said, may I know who you are and why have you barged into my Devil Hall? Why are you still being so polite with her? Barging into my Devil Hall? If news of this spreads, how can my Devil Hall establish itself in the Eastern Continent in the future? Chu Yun roared and the law of space appeared. The surrounding space collapsed crazily and turned into pieces of sparkling fragments. They were like blades that emitted a bone-piercing sharpness. The law of space's supreme profundity used the void as a means of attack. Wherever there was a void, there was a king that ruled over everything. At this moment, Chu Yun was like a queen. Are you really going to attack? Don't regret it. The woman in a black dress spoke. How dare you threaten me? A cold light surged in Chu Yun's eyes. Countless sparkling fragments of the void instantly turned into a long river of time and space. It flooded the surroundings and attacked the woman in a black dress. Retreat. The enforcement elders and deacon elders rushed over and saw the situation and immediately shouted. Immediately, the surrounding disciples then turned around and fled into the sky as if fleeing for their lives. After all, a battle between experts of this level could easily destroy the heavens and earth. If they stayed here, they would definitely be implicated. Paramount profundity of the laws of spacetime, heart as it pleases, the woman in the black dress looked at Chu Yun with a trace of surprise in her eyes. He looked so young, but he actually grasped the highest profoundness of the spacetime laws. It looked like he lived up to his reputation as a Demon Royal Hall's Vice Hall Master. However, now was not the time to compete in individual strength. The Dragon Clan had never cared about the competition of individual strength. Clang. With a loud bang, the black copper mirror appeared. Black light fell, forming a barrier that protected the woman in the black dress. The torrent of void fragments slammed into the barrier. With a loud bang, heaven and earth trembled, and the void shattered. However, the barrier was not damaged at all. What? The group of disciples and elders were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Elder Hua's pupils shrank. Chu Yun couldn't help but frown as she looked at the copper mirror floating above the woman in a black dress. A dominator's divine weapon. I'm a greater mastery sovereign, but I have a dominator's divine weapon. I believe I don't need to say anything. You should be able to guess that my background and identity are not simple, the woman in the black dress said indifferently. Her eyes were still filled with disdain. This was a kind of innate arrogance, an attitude of disdain towards all things. The dragons were above all forces. As one of the princesses of the dragons, she had the right to be arrogant. Who are you? Chu Yun raised her eyebrows. Actually, she already knew, but she had to act until the end. She didn't want the other party to see any flaws and cause trouble. They were different from Qin Feiyang. Just as Qin Feiyang said, the barefooted were not afraid of wearing shoes. So what if the dragons were strong? If they could win, they would fight. If they couldn't win, they would run. However, as the leader of the Demon Royal Hall, they didn't have the right to be willful. They could not abandon the Devil Hall, the millions of disciples, and even more so, the family business that their predecessors had worked so hard to establish for countless years. They had to make sure nothing went wrong. The woman in the black dress said coldly, "My identity isn't something you can touch. All you need to do is cooperate with me." How dare you? The Demon Royal Hall's Hall Master shouted coldly as he descended. His eyes were as cold as ice. Demon Royal Hall's Hall Master. The woman in the black dress muttered. Don't think that you can act so presumptuously in my Demon Royal Hall just because you have a dominator's divine weapon. The Demon Royal Hall's Hall Master waved his hand, and a red sword appeared. The sharp light instantly surged toward the woman in the black dress. The barrier protecting the woman in the black dress immediately began to distort and tremble. In just an instant, cracks began to appear on it. The Demon Royal Hall is indeed the overlord of the Eastern continent. The woman in the black dress eyes flickered. Actually, she was also testing Elder Hua and the others' attitude. Before coming to the Demon Royal Hall, she had already found out that Qin Feiyang and the others had a close relationship with the Demon Royal Hall. Therefore, she thought that Qin Feiyang and the others would definitely tell the 3 Demon Royal Hall's leaders about the dragons. But now, from the attitude of Elder Hua and the others, it was obvious that they didn't know that she was from the dragons. Otherwise, why would they dare to attack her again and again? It seemed that the relationship between the Demon Royal Hall and Qin Feiyang and the others wasn't as good as what others said. Haha, I really didn't expect that there would be someone in the Sky Cloud realm who dares to attack my second sister. Suddenly, a cold laugh sounded. The woman in the black dress raised her eyebrows when she heard this. The Demon Royal Hall's Hall Master and the others were also shocked. When they looked up, they saw a young man in white leading a middle-aged couple over. Attacking my second sister is absolutely unforgivable. Another sinister laugh sounded. A young man in red walked over with 2 old men in red. Blood mist lingered around him, making him look like a god of death. Haha. The Demon Royal Hall, the overlord of the Eastern continent, they gave themselves that title, right? Did they ask for our permission? Along with a few more cold laughs, the other princes and princesses also arrived. Why are there so many of them? Chu Yun raised her eyebrows. As expected. Elder Hua smiled inwardly. Once the dragons found out about the relationship between the Demon Royal Hall and Qin Feiyang, they would definitely come to the Demon Royal Hall. However, this number seemed to be a little unexpected. The fire dragon glanced at them one by one and transmitted his voice to Chu Yun and the Demon Royal Hall's Hall Master. Be careful. Qin Feiyang said that these people might have a sovereign divine weapon each. What? Chu Yun and the Demon Royal Hall's Hall Master were shocked. Each of them had a sovereign divine weapon? How could this be? The woman in the black dress looked at the young man in white and the others and said, "You guys came really quickly. How can we compare to my second sister? No matter when, my second sister is always one step ahead. So this proves that my second sister's ability is indeed above ours." The young man in red laughed. "I don't dare to say that." The woman in the black dress said coldly. Then, she looked at Elder Hua and the others and said, Do you still want to attack? Do they dare to attack? The young man in white had a trace of disdain on his face. He immediately attacked with his white dragon sword, and a terrifying light instantly enveloped the entire demon royal hall. 2 sovereign divine weapons. The surrounding disciples and elders were all stunned. Swoosh! A white-robed elder landed beside the demon royal hall's hallmaster and the others. He looked at the woman in the black dress and the others and frowned. Who are they? This person was the first elder of the demon royal hall. He was the 4th person in the demon royal hall who had grasped the strongest law, other than Elder Hua and the others. However, he usually focused on cultivating and did not have much interaction with Qin Feiyang and the others. Therefore, he did not know many things. I don't know him. The demon royal hall's hallmaster and the others shook their heads. There was no point in explaining now. Moreover, now was not the time to explain. Moreover, after the 8th elder had been bribed by the deputy alliance master, Elder Hua and the others did not trust the others in the demon royal hall as much as before, including the first elder. After all, there was a saying that once bitten, twice shy. There was already a shadow in his heart. When the first elder heard this, he looked at the woman in the black dress and the others again and said in a deep voice, "Why have you all come to my demon royal hall? Why did 2 sovereign divine weapons appear all of a sudden?" First, Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist appeared out of nowhere. Now, these people appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, they were all young people like Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. Could it be that these people came from the same place as Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist? Were they here to cause trouble? I won't waste time with you. I heard that your demon royal hall has a good relationship with Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo. Moreover, they are disciples of your demon royal hall. Is this true? The woman in the black dress asked. Qin Feiyang? Madman Mo? Why are they mentioned? The surrounding disciples and elders were puzzled. When the first elder heard this, his heart skipped a beat. They were indeed here for Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Hu took a step forward and said in a low voice, "I'll deal with them." Okay. The first elder was stunned for a moment. He then replied inwardly and fell silent. Elder Hu looked at the woman in the black dress and nodded. There is indeed such a thing. This was something that everyone knew, so there was no need to hide it. Very good. The woman in the black dress nodded and asked, "Are they in the demon royal hall now?" No. Elder Hu shook his head. No. The woman in the black dress frowned. Really? Ever since they entered the Yin Demon Land, they haven't returned. We can't contact them either. Elder Hu said. But they have clearly returned to the eastern continent. The woman in the black dress said word by word. Her eyes flickered with a cold light. What? They're back. We don't have any news at all. Elder Hu was shocked. The woman in the black dress sized up Elder Hu. Her eyes flickered. Elder Hua's expression was calm and did not reveal any flaws. Chu Yun and the Demon Royal Hall Master were naturally the same. After all, they were already mentally prepared. As for the other disciples, the management, the elders, and the first elder, they were all confused. They were definitely not pretending. This was because they really did not know that Qin Feiyang and the others had already returned to the eastern continent. Chapter 34-33. Are they really not in the Demon Palace? The black-dressed lady spoke again, her tone as sharp as a blade. If you don't believe me, you can interrogate them one by one. Elder Hu said indifferently. Interrogate? What a waste of time. Just destroy the Demon Palace. The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed coldly. Destroy the Demon Palace. Elder Hu clenched his fists as he stared at the white-clothed youth and said, You can try. Although you have 2 sovereign divine weapons, my Devil Palace is not a pushover. Even if you can destroy my Devil Palace, you will pay a heavy price. Ha ha, when the white-clothed youth heard this, he couldn't help but laugh as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A mere Demon Palace actually dared to boast shamelessly and say that they would pay a heavy price. How could there be such a childish old man in this world? Looking at the white-clothed youth's arrogant attitude, the black-dressed lady couldn't help but frown. She looked at Elder Hu and said indifferently, I won't go so far as to destroy the demon palace. I just want to know the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the others. As long as you tell me, I will give the Black Dragon copper mirror to the demon palace as a greeting gift. What? You want to give the sovereign divine weapon to the demon palace? You are too generous. What is the relationship between these people and Qin Feiyang? They are willing to sacrifice a sovereign divine weapon as a price. Could it be that they want to avenge their clan's annihilation? The disciples and elders of the demon palace were shocked. Even Elder Hua and the other two were caught off guard. However, they were a little more rational. No matter how powerful the dragons were, they wouldn't casually give a sovereign divine weapon to others as a greeting gift. This was definitely a bluff. If they really fell for it, they would definitely turn hostile. The black-dressed lady continued, although the demon palace is the overlord of the eastern continent and also has a sovereign divine weapon, I believe that I don't need to tell you what the Sky Cloud realm will be like if the demon palace has another sovereign divine weapon. Thank you for your kindness. We do want this sovereign divine weapon of yours. But we have no choice. We really don't know the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the others. Elder Hua shook his head and looked at the Black Dragon copper mirror with a regretful expression. Since Elder Hua and the other two had already said so much, the woman in black dress could basically confirm that Qin Feiyang and the others had not contacted the Devil Hall after they returned to the eastern continent. Elder Hua changed the topic and revealed a greedy look. He said in a hoarse voice, "If you can give this bronze mirror to our demon hall, I can tell you something useful." He pretended to be a greedy man again. What news? The woman in the black dress asked. This, Elder Hua looked at the Black Dragon mirror, his eyes filled with desire. Old bastard, you really don't know what's good for you. The white-clothed youth's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "White Longjian, kill him for me." Clang. Hearing that, Bai Longjian immediately released streaks of sword chi. They shattered the sky and charged toward Elder Hua. The hall master snorted coldly. The scarlet sword in his hand trembled and waves of sword chi surged out, forming a sword chi barrier that enveloped the entire hall behind him. Bai Longjian's sword chi instantly arrived. The faint sword chi barrier that protected the Devil Hall, Elder Hua, and the rest immediately distorted. Stop. The woman in the black dress looked at the white-clothed youth. Second sister, you're too long-winded. The white-clothed youth was expressionless. The woman in the black dress said coldly, "Don't forget the instructions given to us before we came out. We can't hurt innocent living beings." The white-clothed youth said angrily, "Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo are disciples of the Devil Hall. They're their accomplices. How can they be innocent?" The woman in the black dress frowned and said, "Let me ask them first." "All right. I'll listen to you. You're the second sister after all." The white-clothed youth sneered. The woman in the black dress was not angry when she heard that because she was already used to it. She looked at Elder Hua again and said, "We don't want to fight, so please don't make it difficult for us. As long as you cooperate, trust me, you'll definitely get unexpected benefits." This, Elder Hua looked hesitant, but he was mocking her in his heart. She had the nerve to say that she would give the Black Dragon mirror to the Devil Hall as a greeting gift. Was she lying to a child? Look, he was able to find out in one go. There's a limit to my patience. The woman in the black dress said, "All right, I'll tell you. You can go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the Western Continent to take a look. Qin Feiyang and the Madman's Masters are respectively the Deputy Alliance Leader and the Hall of the Exalted Hall Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. If they really came out of the Shadow Devil Land, they would definitely look for these two people." Elder Hua said. "Western Continent," the woman in the black dress muttered and looked at Elder Hua. "Aren't they disciples of the Devil Hall? Moreover, you've worked together before. Is it appropriate to betray them like this? A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. I know that you must have a powerful background. My Devil Hall can't afford to offend you. As for Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, you're a smart person. You should know that people like us won't sincerely cooperate with others. In our eyes, there are only benefits. The reason we cooperated with them back then was to deal with the Blood Hall. Now that the Blood Hall has been destroyed, why should my Devil Hall get involved in this mess? Elder Hui sneered. The woman in the black dress couldn't help but have a trace of disdain in her eyes when she heard this. I know you look down on our actions, but this is the way of the world now. There's no such thing as eternal friends, only eternal benefits. We can't go against you and put the Devil Hall in danger for them. Of course. Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo are well aware of this. They also know that even if they come to us, we won't help them. That's why they didn't contact us when they returned to the Eastern continent. At this moment, Elder Hui was displaying his hypocritical side to the fullest. How realistic. The woman in the black dress shook her head. Elder Hui smiled but didn't say anything. The woman in the black dress glanced at Elder Hui before looking at the Devil Hall's Hallmaster and Chu Yun. Seeing that the two of them had a cold expression, the disdain in her heart grew even stronger. Sinister, selfish, they're even worse than the dragons. What a joke. The woman in the black dress turned and looked at the white-clad young man and the others. She asked, "What do you guys think?" The white-clad young man glanced at Elder Hui and the others and said mockingly, "Their faces are already on display. What else can we think?" The red-clad young man said with a mocking smile, "I used to think that our people were heartless and cold. However, looking at it now, I feel that we're quite united and righteous. At least in the face of the big picture, we'll still stand together." Elder Hui, the Devil Hall's Hallmaster, and Chu Yun's expressions turned ugly when they heard this. "What's wrong? You're not convinced?" The red-clad young man glanced at Elder Hui and the others. He was arrogant and overbearing. "With two sovereign divine weapons in front of us, how can we not be convinced?" Elder Hui sneered. "At least you know what's good for you. If you really piss us off, even if the Devil Hall, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, the Divine Hall, and the Heavenly Hall were added together, they wouldn't be enough to kill us, let alone the Devil Hall." The red-clad young man chuckled. "Don't waste your breath on these ants. Hurry up and go to the Western mainland," the white-clad young man said with disdain. He then looked at Elder Hui and said, "Give us the coordinates of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. If you're so capable, go and find the coordinates yourselves." Elder Hui snorted coldly. "You're still interested?" The white-clad young man was stunned. The Devil Hall's Hallmaster patted Elder Hui's shoulder and sighed. "Tell them to leave as soon as possible so that they don't implicate the disciples below." Elder Hui glanced at the Devil Hall's Hallmaster before looking at the black-clad young woman and giving her the coordinates. "Wait, where's little sister? Why don't I see her?" Suddenly, a green-clothed woman scanned the surroundings and asked, The black-clad young woman, the white-clad young man, and the red-clad young man also looked around. As expected, the silver-haired young woman was nowhere to be seen. Could she have gone to the Western mainland? The red-clad young man frowned. The black-clad young woman and the others' hearts sank when they heard this. Immediately, they either activated the law of spacetime or activated their spacetime teleportation divine weapons. If it was someone else, it would not be possible. However, they knew their little sister very well. She might not be as strong as them in terms of strength, but she was definitely smarter than all the princes and princesses. Wait. Suddenly, the red-clad young man waved his hand and stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head and his eyes flickered. The others stopped as well and looked at him suspiciously. Elder Hui and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the group was about to leave. However, when they saw the red-clad young man's reaction, their hearts were in their throats. Could it be that he saw through our disguise? But that was impossible. Putting everything else aside, they were still very confident in their acting skills. The red-clad young man suddenly turned around and looked at the fire dragon and the other two. His eyes flickered and he asked, "You guys should have established a contract with Qin Feiyang and the others, right?" "I haven't." The Devil Hall's Hallmaster shook his head. "Neither have I." Chu Yun shook her head. They were all wondering if they had to send a message to Qin Feiyang and the others. "What about you?" The red-clad young man looked at Elder Hui. Yes. It was impossible for Elder Hui to say no. After all, their relationship was there. Even if they were just using each other, they would definitely establish a contract to facilitate communication. Moreover, He had said in front of the black-dressed lady that he had tried to contact Qin Feiyang and the others after they entered the Yin Demon Land. Okay, you can send a message to them now, the red-clad young man said. Okay. Elder Hu nodded. He definitely could not refuse. Otherwise, it would be too obvious and would definitely arouse their suspicion. As for sending a message, it did not matter. Although he did not expect this in advance, with Qin Feiyang and Madman's brains, as long as he secretly gave him a look, the two would definitely understand. At that time, he would just continue to act. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang was still in the state of enlightenment, so it was naturally impossible for him to reply. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not reply, Elder Hu sent a message to Madman as if nothing had happened. Chapter 34-34. The Western Continent. The original Nine-Dragon Mountain Range. Although only a few months had passed, the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range that had turned into ruins had become brand new. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality. This was all thanks to the crystal vein and spirit vein. The energy of the crystal vein and spirit vein not only brought benefits to living beings, but also promoted the growth of plants. In short, without the nourishment of the crystal vein and spirit vein, this place would still be a desolate land. The crystal vein and spirit vein here naturally belonged to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The alliance capital of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was now in the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range. When they first moved to the Western Continent, they also brought the crystal vein and spirit vein with them. Therefore, the cultivation environment was not worse than the Eastern Continent. Similarly, when the Rogue Cultivator Alliance came to the Western Continent, they set up a barrier just like the Kanglan Snow Mountain. This barrier was set up by the Alliance Master. It completely sealed off the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range and cut off the teleportation of the law of spacetime and the spacetime teleportation artifact. In other words, the current Alliance capital was the same as before. It was difficult for outsiders to enter the Alliance capital, unless they used a sovereign divine weapon to forcefully break the barrier. At this moment, outside the barrier, there was a spatial artifact hidden in the void. 3 figures stood inside. It was the silver-haired woman and the 2 white-haired old women. As expected, they had arrived at the Western Continent ahead of time. And they had found the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range so quickly. They had to admit that they were quite capable. However, at this moment, they were also helpless because they were blocked outside the barrier and could not enter the Alliance capital. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance's security is quite tight. One of the white-haired old women raised her eyebrows. No rush. My brothers and sisters will definitely find this place sooner or later. Let's not expose ourselves first and see if Qin Feiyang and the others will come to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The silver-haired woman waved her hand. Maybe they have already entered. The other old woman said. There's nothing we can do. Qin Feiyang has a sovereign divine weapon. Even if we break in, we can't do anything to them. So, we still have to wait. The silver-haired woman smiled faintly. Judging from her attitude, she did not seem to be in a hurry to find Qin Feiyang and the others. Inside the barrier, a huge city sat in the center of the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range. This was the Alliance capital. The entire city was exactly the same as it was in the Eastern Continent. When they had first come to the Western mainland, the Alliance Master had directly moved the entire city here. In short, other than the difference in status and location, everything else was the same as before. In the Vice Alliance leader's courtyard, there were a few figures sitting around the tea table. They were the Frenzied One, the White-Eyed Wolf, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, the Second Commander, the Alliance Master, the Vice Alliance Master, and the Hall of Famers. The Alliance Master was holding a teacup, drinking tea while smiling. The people of the dragons thought that their plan was flawless, but they didn't know that everything was under our control. The others were also full of smiles. But Madman was frowning. Little lunatic, what's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. The Hall of Famers noticed Lunatic's expression and asked with concern. Old man, tell me, isn't it a bit abrupt for you to suddenly fall out with us at this time? Wouldn't it seem a little deliberate? I feel that it's hard for the people of the dragons to believe. After all, they aren't fools. Madman raised his head and looked at the Hall of Famers, frowning. Isn't it because there's too little time and we can't think of a better way for the time being? Let's leave it at that for now. If they really doubt it, we can continue to act for them. The Hall of Famers laughed hoarsely. Madman pondered for a moment, shook his head, and sighed. We don't care, but I'm mainly worried about you. What if they still want to kill you after we fall out with them? The Hall of Famers thought for a moment and smiled. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor are up to the heavens, there's no need to think so much. You make it sound so easy. If the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is really in danger because of us, or if you lose your lives, how will I explain it to old Cheen? Besides, it's not easy for me to take charge of the overall situation. How can I mess it up? No, this plan has to be upgraded. Madman shook his head. Don't force yourself. Seeing Madman lowering his head and frowning, the Hall of Famers advised in a low voice. Madman turned a deaf ear. Suddenly, he looked at the Alliance leader and the other two and chuckled. I've thought of a foolproof method. You guys can't reject it, you have to do as I say. Tell us about it. The Vice Alliance leader and the other two exchanged glances and looked at Madman. Madman leaned in front of the three and muttered in a low voice. How can this work? What's the difference between this and your original plan? It's too risky. If the dragons really have a sovereign divine weapon each, then even if the heavens come down, they won't be able to save you guys. No matter what, I object. After the Hall of Famers heard this, he shook his head and rejected it. Wasn't this courting death? I've already said that there's no need to consider for us. We'll act according to the circumstances, as long as you guys can escape safely. Also, it's useless even if you object. Madman snorted coldly. But, the Hall of Famers frowned. The Vice Alliance leader took a deep look at Madman before turning to the Hall of Famers and sighing. Old Chi, just listen to him. You, the Hall of Famers glared at the Vice Alliance leader. Don't you know the character of your disciple? Can we change his mind? Besides, we have to have confidence in them and believe that they will be able to escape safely. The Vice Alliance leader said. The Hall of Famers frowned and looked at the Alliance leader. Let's do as they say. After all, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance doesn't only have the three of us. There are thousands of disciples under us. We can ignore our own lives, but we can't ignore their lives. The Alliance leader sighed. Hearing this, the Hall of Famers finally gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. Then, it seems that we have to be prepared to fight to the death. Pei Tianhong chuckled. Wang Chongyuan nodded, not having any fear. Buzz. Right at this moment, Madman's voice transmission godstone rang. Madman was slightly stunned. He took out the voice transmission godstone and lowered his head to check it. He looked at the Vice Alliance leader and Pei Tianhong and said, It's Elder Hua. Elder Hua is sending us a message at this time. Pei Tianhong whispered, could it be that the dragons are already on their way to the Western continent? It could also be that the dragons are asking him to send us a message. Wang Chongyuan said. Madman took a deep breath, got up and walked to the side, avoiding the Vice Alliance leader and the others, and activated the voice transmission godstone. Demon Hall. When they saw Madman's shadow appear, the Demon Hall Master and Chu Yun's hearts tensed up. Don't let it slip. At the same time, the dragons and the others also locked their gazes on Madman's shadow. Especially the white-clothed young man and the black-dressed woman, their eyes emitted shocking killing intent. Looking at Madman again. Although he couldn't see the black-dressed woman and the others because they were opposite Elder Hua and their vision was affected, he could see the elders and disciples behind Elder Hua. At this moment, his heart trembled. Something was strange, because if there was really something, Elder Hua would definitely not send him a message in front of so many people. Moreover, looking at the expressions of those elders and disciples, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. All of this could only mean one thing. The people from the Dragon Clan were standing in front of Elder Hua, silently looking at him. So, the Demon Hall Master and Chu Yun still didn't trust Madman's ability. One had to know that Madman's brain wasn't inferior to others. It was just that Qin Feiyang was usually in control of the situation, so he was too lazy to use his brain. Elder Hu glanced at the black-dressed woman and the others without leaving a trace, and chuckled. Little madman, you guys really came back from the Yin Devil Land. When Madman heard this, he immediately knew what Elder Hu was hinting at, and laughed. We didn't make any noise when we came back, how did you know? Could it be that you're monitoring us? That's too much. We're partners after all, how could we monitor you? Besides, we don't have the ability to monitor you, Elder Hu said with a fake smile. Partners? Madman's face was filled with disdain as he sneered mercilessly. Don't make it sound so nice. You and I both know very well that what partners? We're just using each other. Besides, that's all in the past. You're getting more and more out of hand. Can't you feel this old man's attitude towards you guys? Besides, you guys are still my Demon Hall's disciples, so this old man has to take care of you guys. When are you guys returning to the Demon Hall? Elder Hu asked. I don't know. Madman shook his head. Then where are you guys now? Elder Hu asked. What does it have to do with you? Madman frowned. Nonsense, you guys are my Demon Hall's disciples, so of course it has something to do with us. Elder Hu said angrily. Madman pondered for a moment and shook his head. I can't tell you our current whereabouts. Why? Elder Hu was suspicious. Since you're so concerned about us, I'll reveal a little to you. We've been targeted by a force called the Dragons. This force is very powerful, so we have to hide and not let anyone know our whereabouts. Madman sighed. Dragons? Elder Hu pretended to be surprised and asked, what dragons? Why haven't I heard of them before? They've already entered the Eastern continent, so you'll know sooner or later. Is there anything else? After Madman finished speaking, he wanted to turn off the voice transmission stone. Wait. Is there a need to hide it from me? You can't be thinking that I'll tell the dragons your whereabouts, right? Elder Hu looked unhappy. Don't make yourself sound so noble. Others might not know, but this old man knows very well that you're a hypocrite, so don't pretend to be benevolent in front of this old man. Goodbye. After Madman finished speaking, he turned off the voice transmission stone. Stinking brat, how dare you scold this old man in front of everyone? After we've dealt with the dragons, I'll settle the score with you. Elder Hu secretly muttered and looked at the woman in black and the others. He said regretfully, as you can see, this old man tried everything to trick him, but he didn't fall for it at all. However, you can really go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to take a look. The woman in black and the others looked at each other and didn't stay any longer. They all turned around and stepped into the space-time tunnel. Seeing this, Elder Hu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Teacher, your acting skills are quite good. Chu Yun secretly gave Elder Hu a thumbs up. Of course. Otherwise, how could I teach such an outstanding student like you? Elder Hu secretly smiled proudly. You really don't know how to be humble at all. Chu Yun secretly despised him. Then she raised her head and looked at the dissipating space-time tunnel. She transmitted her voice. I hope they can survive this calamity. With their ability, they definitely can. Elder Hu's eyes were full of confidence. Chapter 34-35. Western Continent, Alliance Capital. Crazy put away the sound transmission godstone and looked at the white-eyed wolf, Pei Tianhong and the other two. He laughed. Are you afraid? Yes. Big brother will leave first. The white-eyed wolf nodded and ran. Crazy's face darkened as he grabbed the white-eyed wolf and said angrily, Aren't we brothers? Who's your brother? The white-eyed wolf snorted. Hearing this, the veins on Crazy's forehead popped as he said angrily, I really want to slap you to death. Heh, don't transform if you have the ability. Let's spar and see who will slap who to death. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Crazy was speechless as he let go of the white-eyed wolf. Leave if you want to, I won't stop you. The ingrate laughed mischievously and leaped out like a wisp of smoke, disappearing without a trace. So disloyal. Crazy snorted as he looked at Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the second commander, asking, What about you guys? Do you want to be a coward with the white-eyed wolf? Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan smiled bitterly at each other. The second commander still had a choice. After all, the second commander had never appeared in the Yin Demon Land. The dragons didn't know of the second commander's existence. But the two of them had already reached this step. Did they still have a choice? Even if the dragons didn't find them here, they would still chase them all over the continent. Especially the youth in white. Back then, they had assisted Qin Feiyang and madmen to steal the supreme inheritance of the law of destruction right under this young man's nose. With such a deep enmity and humiliation, would the white-clothed young man let them go? As expected of a good brother, we share fortune and misfortune. Crazy bared his teeth and looked at the second commander. Don't worry, after this mission, I'll let old Qin help you open the door to all your potential. Thank you. The second commander forced a smile. If it was any other time, he would be overjoyed to hear this. But now, he couldn't be happy. Because whether or not he could keep his life was another matter. Then let's get ready. Madman's eyes flashed. Outside. In a corner. Do you really think I'm afraid of death? I'm doing this just in case. I'm trying my best to survive. The white-eyed wolf mumbled to himself as he took out the divine sound transmission stone. Wang. A short while later, the shadow of the fire lotus appeared. Brother Wolf, did it go well? Fire Lotus asked with a smile. Smooth my ass. Little lunatic, you're really a lunatic. You actually want to carry out the second plan that we originally set. The white-eyed wolf pouted. Plan B. Fire Lotus was shocked and hurriedly said, should I send him a message and persuade him? It's too late. The dragons are about to be killed. Go and ask Jiyu Chong how he is feeling right now. If you're in a good mood, go to the heavenly cloud sea and support us. White-eyed wolf felt helpless. He could control the horsetail whisk, but there was nothing he could do about the castle. Sometimes, it really depended on its mood. Fire Lotus was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, aren't you in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? Why did you go to the Heavenly Cloud Sea? This is Little Lunatic's plan. He chose to fight in the Heavenly Cloud Sea because he might get the help of that little rabbit. White-eyed wolf said. I see. Fire Lotus suddenly understood. If they really wanted to carry out the second plan, Huanzhanda and the others would probably need the little rabbit's help if they wanted to escape. Otherwise, even if Jiyu Bao and Qin Feiyang both rushed over, it would be difficult for them to escape from the Dragon Clan's siege. Also, when little Qin Zi comes out of seclusion, ask him to come to rescue us immediately. White-eyed wolf said in a deep voice. Understood, I'll go find Jiyu Chong right away. Fire Lotus nodded and turned off the divine sound transmission stone. She glanced at the motionless Qin Feiyang and instantly landed in the sky above Jiyu Chong. White-eyed wolf put away the divine sound transmission stone, looked at the sky, and sighed helplessly before returning to the house. Aren't you going to run away? Lunatic looked at him teasingly. I can't bear to part with you. White-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly. TSK. Lunatic raised his middle finger, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. White-eyed wolf was a classic example of a tough mouth but a soft heart. He then looked at the Hall of Famers and said, Old man, you must not be impulsive. Act according to the plan. I know. Do I need you to teach me? Hall of Famers glared at Lunatic. Lunatic smiled embarrassedly and looked at the Alliance Master. Send us over. Okay. The Alliance Master waved his hand and a space-time teleportation channel appeared. Although others couldn't open a space-time teleportation channel in the Alliance capital, he could. After all, he was the one who set up the barrier here. Let's go. Lunatic smiled and led White-Eyed Wolf, Pei Tianhong, and the others into the space-time teleportation channel without looking back. Boom. Just as the space-time teleportation channel dissipated, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky above the Alliance capital. They're here. The Alliance Master and the others were shocked. What's going on? At the same time, the entire Alliance capital, including the disciples of the Hall of Famers, ran out and looked up. Because the commotion was too big. There were even the aura of two sovereign divine weapons. They thought that it was the Demon Hall, Heavenly Hall, or Temple of Gods. Because in the Sky Cloud realm, only these three forces had sovereign divine weapons. As for Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo, not to mention that they had disappeared for a long time, just based on their relationship with the Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers, they wouldn't do anything to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. But when they came out and saw the people in the sky, they were a little stunned. Who were these people? They had never seen them before. Whoosh! A red-clothed old man flew into the sky. He was the Deacon Elder of the Hall of Famers, and also the younger brother of the Hall of Famers. He was a perfect sovereign. He glanced at the group of people in the sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "What brings you to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance?" In the sky. The black-clothed woman and the others each took a side. The white dragon sword and the black dragon mirror emitted a monstrous aura. The Alliance Master's barrier appeared from the void, releasing the aura of the spacetime law. This is a barrier condensed by the spacetime law? The black-clothed woman was surprised. And, looking at the strength of this barrier, the person who set it up has a very high understanding of the spacetime law. He's probably only one step away from stepping into the ranks of the ultimate profound. I didn't expect the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to be hiding such a big shot. The middle-aged couple standing behind the white-clothed young man had a hint of surprise in their eyes. Ultimate profound? When the princes and princesses heard this, a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. If there's nothing else, please leave immediately. The red-clothed old man frowned and shouted when he saw the group of people ignoring him. Noisy. The white-clothed young man's eyes turned cold. With a loud clang, the white dragon's sword tore the sky and slammed into the barrier, shattering it on the spot. Presumptuous. The red-clothed old man was furious. How dare they attack and shatter the barrier of their alliance capital? One had to know. A barrier like this was equivalent to the face of a force. Shattering the barrier was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Bastard. This is the alliance capital of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. How dare they come here to cause trouble? At the same time, the people in the city below and the disciples of the Hall of the Exalted were also burning with anger. Sister Dandan, do you know them? The Hall of the Exalted's Tianfeng Peak stood two stunning women. They were the granddaughters of Zhao Xiaojin and the Great Elder. I don't know them. The green-clothed woman shook her head. If only the two of them were left on Tianfeng Peak. Sometimes it was quite boring. Of course. There were also people who came to curry favor with them. After all, one was once the #1 genius girl in East City and the other was the granddaughter of the Great Elder. Moreover, due to the relationship between Zhao Eyong and Qin Feiyang, Zhao Xiaojin was doted on and taken care of by the big shots. Therefore, in the Hall of the Exalted, although their cultivation bases were not the highest, they were the most popular people. Two sovereign divine weapons, could they be related to Qin Dage and Brother Mo? Zhao Xiaojin suddenly said. Huh. The woman in green was stunned and immediately rolled her eyes. This also involved Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo? Her imagination was too wild. You have to give me an explanation. The old man in red came back to his senses and immediately shouted. He still did not know that these people in front of him were from the dragons. He also did not know how powerful the dragons were. Therefore, in his opinion, even if they had two sovereign divine weapons, they were courting death by causing trouble in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Because now the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was not only allied with the Devil Palace but also had Qin Feiyang as their backer. Qin Feiyang had two sovereign divine weapons in his hands and the slaughter domain that could compete with the sovereign divine weapons. Therefore, he was not afraid. Not only him, but everyone in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance thought so. Give you an explanation? Who do you think you are? The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed coldly. The white-clothed woman behind him took a step forward, and a bone-piercing cold current surged from her body. Instantly, the world seemed to have entered a cold winter as cold winds howled and snow covered the area. Peak Dominator, Ice Law. The old man in red was shocked. Die. The white-clothed woman said as she raised her arm and pointed her index finger in the air. The frost in the sky instantly turned into a torrent that surged toward the old man in red. The old man in red's face was pale. He was only a peak dominator and was one small realm lower than the white-clothed woman. Although it was only one small realm, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth in the dominator realm. Pu. The old man in red immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His body was almost torn into pieces, and his face was pale. The white-clothed woman had a mocking expression and did not intend to let the old man in red go. The torrent of frost was like a giant ice python that once again tried to devour the old man in red. "Please show mercy, Your Excellency." At this moment, a shout was heard. 10 figures tore through the air at lightning speed. The person in the lead was the Grand Elder. Seeing that the old man in red was about to die under the white-clothed woman's hands, the Grand Elder's eyes darkened. The lightning law surged out and turned into a destructive thunderbolt that blasted toward the torrent of frost. Rumble. The world buzzed. The lightning law was annihilated in the void. The Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What? Seeing this scene, countless people in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance were shocked. One had to know that the Grand Elder's lightning law was already half a step into the realm of supreme profundity. Yet, he was still no match for the white-clothed woman's ice law. Chapter 34-36. Could it be? Her law of ice has already reached the ultimate profundity level? A middle-aged man spoke with astonishment in his eyes. This man was Qin Feiyang's old friend, Shui Xiaoxian's adoptive father, Lu Jingyuan. He had taken over the 10th Elder's position, so he was now the 10th Elder of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. He had quite a reputation in the Western continent. Ultimate level. Everyone's face turned pale after hearing Lu Jingyuan's words. "Grandpa." The woman in a green outfit and Zhao Xiaojin flew over. The woman in a green outfit was supporting the Grand Elder. Zhao Xiaojin was supporting the old man in a red outfit with a concerned look on her face. "What are you doing here? Back off." The Grand Elder and the old man in a red outfit yelled. "She's quite pretty." The young man in a white outfit observed Zhao Xiaojin and Zhao Xiaojin with a strange smile on his face. The Grand Elder and Zhao Xiaojin raised their heads and looked at the young man in a white outfit. Their eyelids twitched as they hurriedly pushed Zhao Xiaojin and Zhao Xiaojin away and said, "Don't cause trouble for us, piss off." The two exchanged glances and had no choice but to retreat to the city below. The woman in a green outfit flew over out of concern. Zhao Xiaojin flying over was also a way to repay the favor. After all, ever since the death of her family and the betrayal of her people, she was most concerned about Qin Feiyang and the elders of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. "Who are you? Why are you here at the Rogue Cultivators Alliance?" The Grand Elder consumed a divine life pill and stared at the group of people with a dark expression. "It doesn't matter who we are. The important thing is, we want to know where Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo are. If you dare to hide anything, today will be the end of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance." The young man in a white outfit snickered. "What? You're here for them?" The Grand Elder was shocked. Lu Jingyuan's expression changed too. 2 ruler divine weapons and a super expert who had mastered the ultimate level. Could they be Qin Feiyang and Little Craze's archenemies? But he had never heard that the two of them had such a powerful enemy before. What was going on? "They're heading to the Yin Demon Land. They're looking for you. Go there and find them." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "League Leader, Vice League Leader, Hall of Famers." The one who spoke was the Alliance Master. Shen Mang and his wife were still lying on the Alliance Master's shoulder, their eyes flashing with ferocity. The dragons immediately looked at the Alliance Master and the others. His aura is not weak. They should be the 3 big shots of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The middle-aged man behind the white-clothed youth waved the folding fan in his hand and chuckled. When the young man in white heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face. He looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Who is the Vice Alliance Leader, and who is the Hall of Famers?" "We are." "Who are you?" The Vice Leader and the Hall of Famers spoke. "You actually don't know who we are? Could it be that Qin Feiyang and the others didn't mention the dragons to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? In that case, they shouldn't have returned to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance." The woman in the black dress whispered, looking at the Vice Leader and the others, her eyes flashing. "As I said, it doesn't matter who we are. The important thing is to tell us where Qin Feiyang and the others are." The white-clothed youth's face was full of hostility. When he thought of Qin Feiyang and the others snatching the inheritance of the law of destruction from under his nose, The anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. The vice leader said, "We also said that they are in the Yin Demon Land. If you want to find them, go to the Yin Demon Land. Don't come to our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You're quite arrogant." The white-clothed youth was stunned. The red-clothed youth and the other princes and princesses also pursed their lips with a hint of playfulness. "Please." The Hall of Famers raised his hand and ordered them to leave. "You're courting death." The white-clothed youth clenched his hands. The middle-aged man behind him waved the folding fan in his hand and then took a step forward, landing beside the white-clothed woman. Boom. Immediately after, a terrifying power of the law rolled out like a volcanic eruption. This area was immediately shrouded in a death aura. This is the law of death. The vice leader's pupils contracted. It seemed that this power had reached the level of the ultimate arcane. Even if they aren't in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, as long as we capture the two of you, they won't have to worry about not appearing. After all, the two of you are their masters. The middle-aged man looked at the vice leader and the Hall of Famers and laughed sinisterly. A blood-red waning moon rose behind him, and the death aura instantly increased countless times, enveloping the entire Nine-Dragon Mountain range. Whether it was the people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance or the surrounding beasts, they all felt as if they had fallen into hell. The vice leader and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, they still had some hope in their hearts. As long as they didn't say anything, these people might leave the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. As long as these people left, they wouldn't have to carry out that plan, and the Frenzied One and the others wouldn't have to take any more risks. But now, looking at the situation, these people were prepared to capture them and use them to threaten Qin Feiyang and the Frenzied One. Instead of creating trouble for Qin Feiyang and the Frenzied One, it was better to listen to the Frenzied One and act according to the plan. They could directly cut off everything and avoid future worries. "Stop." The vice leader took a step forward and stood in front of the vice leader and the Hall of Famers. "You want to die too?" The white-robed youth sneered. "I just want to know why you are looking for Qin Feiyang and the others." The vice leader was suspicious. So much bullshit. The white-robed youth was instantly enraged and shouted, "Raise this place to the ground for me." Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand, and the dark red waning moon suddenly fell down. The terrifying death aura shook the hearts of everyone present. "Do you really think our Rogue Cultivator Alliance is a place where you can behave so atrociously?" The vice leader was also enraged. He activated the ultimate arcane of the Law of Death, and a dark red waning moon also blasted upward. The two ultimate arcanas collided. The void was shattered, and the sky collapsed. The vice leader and the Hall of Famers' expression changed. They quickly activated the Law of Time and the Law of Space to protect the people below and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Courting death. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Back off." The white-robed youth suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the white-robed youth suspiciously. "I don't have time to waste with them." The white-robed youth smiled and shouted, "White Dragon Sword." Hearing this, the White Dragon Sword immediately began to awaken. The sharp edge of the sovereign divine weapon was like a torrent of beasts, crazily rushing in all directions. Puff! Before the White Dragon Sword even made a move, the vice leader spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. The vice leader and the Hall of Famers were also struck by lightning. They kept retreating as blood flowed out of their mouths. The barrier that the two of them had set up with the Law of Time did not have any ability to resist and shattered on the spot. The terrifying edge rushed toward the Nine-Dragon Mountain range and the Alliance city below. Puff! The 10 great elders and the red-robed old man were also seriously injured once again. The disciples below were terrified to the extreme. Was this the power of the sovereign divine weapon? Who could compete with it? "Stop it! Stop it!" The vice leader shouted anxiously. The white-robed youth smiled disdainfully. As he waved his hand, the White Dragon Sword's aura slowly calmed down. He then said, "I don't want to hear any more nonsense." "Okay. I'll talk. I know where they are. However, you have to agree to one condition before I can tell you. Don't say that I'm threatening you. If you don't agree, I won't tell you even if you massacre the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The vice leader said. The white-robed youth raised his eyebrows. Why were these humans so troublesome? Let's hear it first. The red-robed youth looked at the white-robed youth and said. The white-robed youth took a deep breath and looked at the vice leader. He asked, what condition? The vice leader and the hall master of the Hall of Famers stepped out and landed in front of the red-robed youth. They waved their hands and set up a soundproof barrier. The white-robed youth and the others looked at the soundproof barrier suspiciously. What was the meaning of this? Why did they make it so secretive? The vice leader glanced at the group of people and said, those who can make the decision, come in. The white-robed youth was the first to step into the barrier. The red-robed youth, the black-robed woman, and the other princesses and princes looked at each other and stepped into the barrier. So many people. Who can make the decision? The vice leader glanced at the group of people and frowned. The white-robed youth waved his hand impatiently and said, everyone here can make the decision. Tell me. The vice leader took a deep breath and looked at the group of princes and princesses. He said, I do know where they are now. They even contacted us not long ago. The white-robed youth and the others were excited when they heard that. However, can you tell us what's your relationship with them? Don't say that I'm long-winded. I have to know this before I can decide the stance of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The vice leader said. Stance? The group of people was stunned. They looked at the vice leader and the other two with strange expressions. Okay. I'll tell you. We're here to kill Qin Feiyang and the others. The white-robed youth nodded. Kill? The vice leader and the other two were stunned. Yes. The white-robed youth nodded and frowned. When they contacted you, didn't they tell you about us? No. They said that someone is after them. Moreover, these people are very powerful. They told us not to reveal their whereabouts to them no matter what. The vice leader shook his head. They're quite cautious. They even hid it from their own master. This means that Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo don't trust you at all. The white-robed youth sneered. If they really don't trust us, they wouldn't tell us where they are hiding. Maybe they don't want us to worry, the vice leader said. Is that so? So, they care about you? If that's the case, aren't you quite valuable? The white-robed youth looked at the vice leader and the Hall of Famers with a playful gaze. The two's pupils shrank. They still haven't given up on the idea of using them to kill Qin Feiyang and Little Crazy. Chapter 34-37. The Alliance Master glanced at the Vice Alliance Master and transmitted his voice, Don't be rash. Act according to the plan. Got it. The two of them replied in secret. The Alliance Master turned to the white-robed youth and asked suspiciously, Then why are you hunting them? The white-robed youth raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Why do you have so many questions? It's fine as long as we have a grudge against them. Is it the kind of blood feud that won't end until one of us dies? The Alliance Master asked. Something like that. The white-robed youth was impatient to the extreme. Are you sure you're not lying to us? The Alliance Master asked. I say, do you really want to die? The white-robed youth was furious. The Alliance Master sized up the white-robed youth and remained silent. Actually, you don't have to be so vigilant. This time, we came out to hunt them. It's true that we won't stop until one of us dies. The red-robed youth next to him laughed sinisterly, his eyes emitting a thick bloody light. In that case, you should be the people they said were chasing after them. The Alliance Master asked. That's right. You can imagine. Qin Feiyang and the others have sovereign divine weapons, but they are so afraid of us. Then, our strength and background are definitely not something your Rogue Cultivator Alliance can contend with. So, cooperating with us is your wisest choice. The red-robed youth laughed sinisterly. The Alliance Master glanced at the group of people, gritted his teeth, and nodded. Okay, I believe you can kill them. My condition is that after killing them, I want the two sovereign divine weapons on them. What? The group of princes and princesses were stunned. Wasn't the Vice Alliance Master Qin Feiyang's master? Wasn't the Hall of Famers the frenzied man's master? Now, not only did he betray them, but he also coveted their sovereign divine weapons. The white-robed youth came back to his senses and pointed at the Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers. He looked at the Alliance Master and asked, "Did you get their permission to do this? I brought the two of them to negotiate with you." "Naturally, it's their intention," the Alliance Master said. "Really?" The white-robed youth looked at the Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers and asked. "Yes." The Vice Alliance Master nodded. The Hall of Famers was a little annoyed. "Hurry up and cooperate. They've already started to trust us. Don't let everything go to waste." The Vice Alliance Master and the Alliance Master both urged him in secret. The Hall of Famers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the white-robed youth and nodded. "Yes, as long as you promise to kill them and give us their sovereign divine weapons, we will tell you their whereabouts." "Must we kill them?" The white-clothed young man was taken aback. "Of course. Because only we know where they are hiding. And they are all very smart people. When the time comes and you kill them, they will definitely think that we betrayed them. Qin Fei Yang and the madman are our disciples. We know their personalities too well. Once they escape, they will definitely come for revenge. Our Rogue Cultivator Alliance doesn't have a Dominator weapon. When they come for revenge, it will be our doomsday. That's why you have to promise me that you must kill them and eliminate all future troubles," the Hall of Famers said fiercely. "His acting skills are amazing. Even I almost believed it." The Vice Alliance Master muttered secretly. The Alliance Master also secretly smiled and let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Hall of Famers cooperated, this matter wouldn't be too big of a problem. "We must kill them and eliminate all future troubles." The white-clothed young man looked at the Vice Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers and said mockingly, "They are your disciples. According to what we heard in the Eastern Continent, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was able to become the overlord of the Western Continent all because of them." "That's right. They have helped our Rogue Cultivator Alliance a lot. But this is what we want. Besides, if they were worthless, if they didn't have a Dominator weapon, would we accept them as disciples?" The Vice Alliance Master sneered. The group of princes and princesses looked at each other. From what he said, it seemed that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had been using Qin Fei Yang and the madman all this time. "Since we've already said this, there's no need for us to hide anything from you. Of course, we're not afraid of you mocking us. After all, this is the way of the world. Compared to you, we more or less understand the situation of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the Eastern Continent back then. Although we were the second strongest faction in the Eastern Continent, because we didn't have a Dominator weapon, we were always suppressed by the Demon Hall. Of course, we weren't convinced, but there was nothing we could do. After all, the strength of a Dominator weapon wasn't something we could fight against. It wasn't until Qin Fei Yang and the madman appeared that we finally saw hope. Because they had a Dominator weapon, as long as they joined our Rogue Cultivator Alliance, we would be able to truly fight against the Demon Hall. In the end, under our meticulous planning, not only did we gain their trust, but we even made them our personal disciples." The Vice Alliance Master sneered. "The human world is really cruel." The white-clothed young man mocked and looked at the Vice Alliance Master. "Continue." "After they became our disciples, we planned to make a move against the Demon Hall and seize control of the Eastern Continent. Because Qin Fei Yang had a Dominator weapon back then, and he also had a divine technique called Slaughter Domain, which could also compete with a Dominator weapon. It was equivalent to 2 Dominator weapons. As for the Demon Hall, they only had 1 Dominator weapon. If Qin Fei Yang and the madman made a move, they would definitely be able to destroy the Demon Hall. But what we didn't expect was that Qin Fei Yang and the others actually had a good relationship with the Demon Hall. They even persuaded us to develop peacefully with the Demon Hall. Isn't this a classic example of betraying the Demon Hall? At that time, we were very unhappy, but there was nothing we could do. We couldn't afford to offend them, so we could only endure it. However, not long after, Qin Fei Yang finally made a move against the Blood Hall. At that time, Qin Fei Yang joined forces with our Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall to deal with the Blood Hall. Originally, we wanted to reap the benefits while both sides were injured. By then, not only would we be able to unify the Eastern Continent, but we would also be able to take over the Western Continent. Who would have thought that the blood hall would be so useless? It didn't take long for Qin Feiyang and the others to deal with them. Later, under Qin Feiyang's suggestion, our rogue cultivator alliance had no choice but to leave the eastern continent and move to the western continent. The deputy alliance leader said, "You guys are quite ambitious. Not only do you want to unify the eastern continent, but you also want to rule the western continent. Besides, isn't it good to move to the western continent? At least we don't have to compete with the demon hall anymore." The blood-red-clothed young man sneered. His strength wasn't that great, but his ambition was quite big. After moving to the western continent, our rogue cultivator alliance's status did indeed surpass before, reaching a peak that we had never reached before. However, you have to know that everyone in our rogue cultivator alliance was born and raised in the eastern continent. This is equivalent to leaving our home. Most importantly, if we leave the eastern continent, it's equivalent to compromising with the demon hall. This isn't glory, but humiliation. The deputy alliance leader said hatefully. All right. The blood-robed young man nodded. The greed of humans was truly boundless. Even the dragon clan had to admit defeat in front of them. What about you guys? I heard that it was Qin Feiyang and the others who came to save you back then. Is it really okay for you to be so ungrateful? The white-robed young man looked at the alliance leader and the Shunmang couple with a mocking gaze. As long as you have something in your hands, it's the most reliable thing. This is especially true for sovereign divine weapons. When we have our own sovereign divine weapons, do you think we'll still need Qin Feiyang's protection? The alliance leader smiled coldly. You guys are even more ruthless than the demon hall. After all, the demon hall and them are just using each other. However, you guys are deceiving their trust and feelings. Just like you said, the fact that they told you their current hiding place means that they trust you. But what about you guys? For the sake of the sovereign divine weapon, for the sake of power and ambition, you guys have been deceiving and using them from the start. The human heart is truly terrifying. However, I like it. The white-robed young man laughed and looked at the three of them. All right, I promise you that I'll definitely kill them and save you guys from any worries. What about their sovereign divine weapon? The alliance leader asked. It's also yours. The white-robed young man nodded. When the alliance leader and the other two heard this, a trace of excitement appeared on their faces. It was as if the sovereign divine weapon was already theirs. A cold light flashed in the white-robed young man's eyes as he laughed sinisterly. However, if you guys dare to lie to us, the ones who will die won't just be Qin Feiyang and the others, but you guys too. Don't worry. We only want money. Besides, with such a large rogue cultivator alliance, we can't run away even if we want to. The alliance leader smiled. The white-robed young man said, All right, then tell me, where are they hiding now? Heavenly Cloud Ocean. The alliance leader said. Heavenly Cloud Ocean? The white-robed young man was stunned. The Heavenly Cloud Ocean is in the central region of our Heavenly Cloud realm. They are now hiding on an island. I heard that Qin Feiyang and madmen have comprehended the law of destruction and the law of space and time in the Yin Demon Land. The alliance leader said. Comprehended the law of destruction and the law of space and time? Hearing this, the white-robed young man and the black-robed woman couldn't help but want to laugh. They obviously snatched the inheritance, but they actually have the nerve to say that they comprehended it themselves. Where is their face? Don't they want it? Of course. These princes and princesses still didn't know that the white-robed young man also wanted to inherit the law of destruction. The black-robed woman said, Give us the coordinates. The alliance leader nodded and immediately gave them the coordinates. He was the one who opened the space-time transmission channel to send Madman and the others to the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, so he naturally knew where Madman and the others were at this moment. Let's go. After getting the coordinates, the group of princes and princesses immediately led their people and couldn't wait to take out the space-time transmission divine tool. Let me take you to the Heavenly Cloud Ocean. At this time, the silver-haired woman, who had been hiding in the dark, also appeared with the two white-haired old women. Little sister, you really came to the Western continent in advance. The group looked at the silver-haired woman with a trace of coldness on their faces. Came to the Western continent in advance? The Alliance leader's heart suddenly thumped. When Madman and the others came to the Alliance capital, were they seen by the three of them? If they saw them, then it would be exposed that they were lying. Don't worry, since she is also preparing to go to the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, then she must have found this place after little Madman and the others entered the Alliance capital. The Hall of Famers transmitted. That's right, she definitely didn't see it with her own eyes. The Vice Alliance leader also secretly said. The silver-haired woman looked at the black-robed woman and the others and laughed. Don't misunderstand, I don't want to be a busybody. I'm just worried that when you open the space-time transmission divine tool, it will cause too much of a commotion and scare away Qin Feiyang and the others. The space-time transmission divine tool was similar to the space-time gate. When it was opened, there would be a loud commotion on both sides. The white-robed young man frowned and looked at the silver-haired woman. Then hurry up. The silver-haired woman laughed and looked at the old woman beside her. The old woman took a step forward and waved her hand, causing a space-time transmission channel to appear. Whoosh. When the channel appeared, the white-robed young man led the middle-aged couple and rushed in. The others also rushed to be the first to enter. Only the silver-haired woman didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. After everyone entered, she slowly walked in with the two old women. Please don't let anything happen to them, the Vice Alliance leader murmured as he looked at the transmission channel. His old face was full of worry. The Hall of Famers and the Alliance leader were the same. Although they had escaped danger and gained the trust of the dragons, Madman and the others were about to face a fatal crisis. To be honest, if Qin Feiyang and Madman could be more ruthless, they could completely ignore the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and just hide. How would there be a lot of trouble now? But there was no other way. They couldn't do it. As the saying goes, put yourself in their shoes. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Madman and the others risk their lives to help the Rogue Cultivator Alliance escape, the Alliance leader and the other two felt extremely uncomfortable. It was all for them. In the past, when they saw that Qin Feiyang and Madman were loyal and righteous, they were a little dissatisfied. How could they be so merciful? But now, when they saw Madman and the others risk everything to deal with the dragons for the sake of the Demon Hall and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they were both proud and touched. No, I have to go and take a look. If necessary, I have to protect them even if I have to risk my life. The Vice Alliance leader clenched his hands and growled. I'll go too. The Hall Master of the Hall of Famers said. He was also worried. The Alliance leader looked at the two of them and sighed. He smiled and said, I'll go too, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything unless it's a critical moment, because we can't let them down. Okay. The two of them nodded. The Alliance leader waved his hand and set up a barrier above the Nine-Dragon Mountain range. He looked at Shun Mang and his wife and said, Stay here and comfort everyone. Also, send Zhuo Tianxing, Elder Yu, and Lu Jingyuan away immediately. I'm worried that the dragons will find out the relationship between Madman and Zhuo Xiaoxian. By the way, arrange for Zhao Xiaojin to leave the Alliance capital temporarily. The Alliance leader added. Okay. Shun Mang and his wife nodded and left the Alliance leader's shoulder. Phew. The Alliance leader took a deep breath and opened a space-time portal. Then, he and the Vice Alliance leader looked at each other and stepped into the portal resolutely, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 34-38. Heavenly Cloud Ocean. The sea that stretched as far as the eye could see presented a magnificent scene. A small island of about 100 miles stood on the ocean like a small boat. On the island, the vegetation was lush and full of life, but it was hard to find any traces of sea beasts. Islands like this were too common in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, so no one would pay attention to them. But at this moment, in a secluded forest on the island, 4 people and 1 wolf sat on the ground. They were Frenzied, White-Eyed Wolf, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan and the second commander. Of course, the second commander still maintained the appearance of Qin Feiyang. No, he was Qin Feiyang now. Little Frenzied, why don't we retreat? Anyway, we are only helping the Rogue Cultivator Alliance get away, there is no need to go all out. The white-eyed wolf's eyes rolled as he looked at Frenzied and said uneasily, Retreat. If we retreat now, when they come and don't find us, they will definitely vent their anger on the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Then wouldn't everything we did be in vain? Frenzid rolled his eyes and said in disdain, I really didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Is this still the brother wolf I know? Today is different from the past. We are facing dragons now. The white-eyed wolf was helpless and asked, Are we really not retreating? No. Frenzid shook his head. Since they had already come this far, there was no reason to give up halfway. Okay. If you don't retreat, I will. Goodbye. The white-eyed wolf stared fiercely at Frenzid before turning around and disappearing without looking back. He really ran? Frenzid was stunned. That's understandable. Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan and the second commander looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Not to mention the white-eyed wolf, even they wanted to retreat. But Frenzid's words made sense. Since they had already come this far, retreating now would be giving up halfway. Although they didn't want to die here, they had no choice. Who asked them to meet such a loyal and righteous young master? Madman looked at their expressions and frowned. Why don't you guys leave too? I'll stay here alone. When the dragons ask, I'll just say that you guys aren't with me. Who do you think we are? Wang Chongyuan glared at him. If it was in the past, he would have immediately fled upon hearing those words. Who would dare to joke around with their lives? But now, he also felt a sense of responsibility in his heart. In short, at this moment, there was a voice in his heart telling him that if they were to leave, they would leave together. If they were to die, they would die together. He absolutely could not abandon his companions and escape alone. Whoosh! Suddenly, in the sky, a space-time rift appeared. Pei Tianhong looked up and smiled bitterly. It's too late to leave now. Wang Chongyuan and the second commander looked at each other. They calmed down the tension in their hearts and prepared to fight. Of course, they also had to be prepared to escape. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to defeat the dragons. Pretend you don't know anything. Madman secretly instructed and sat cross-legged on the ground, pretending to be cultivating with his eyes closed. Wang Chongyuan, Pei Tianhong, and the second commander all sat cross-legged beside Madman. In the sky, after the dragons appeared, they looked down at the island below. They didn't sense any aura at all. This was because Madman and the others had concealed their aura to the extreme. The blood-red robed youth raised his brows. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance wouldn't lie to us, right? Lie? Do they have the guts? The white-robed youth sneered and looked at the middle-aged couple beside him. The white-robed couple understood. They took a step forward and activated the law of ice. Waves of ice turned into a flood that smashed towards the island below. With a loud explosion, the entire island disappeared from the sea. Dust billowed and covered the entire area. Who is it? An angry roar sounded. Pei Tianhong brought Wang Chongyuan, the second commander, and Madman out of the dust. Their faces were covered in dust and there were traces of blood on them. They are indeed here. Seeing the four of them appear, the followers of the princes and princesses all rushed out. In just an instant, they surrounded the Madman's group. It's you guys. Madman's face sank. Run. Where else can you run to? Pei Tianhong smiled bitterly as he scanned the followers surrounding them. Madman looked around with a gloomy face. The white-robed youth stared at the second commander and sneered. Qin Feiyang, you didn't expect us to meet again so soon, right? You guys are really persistent. The second commander scanned the group. He didn't panic at all and was rather calm. He had some of Qin Feiyang's demeanor. This was because when Qin Feiyang was facing danger, he had always been calm and collected with an unperturbed attitude. Not bad, but it's a pity that you will be a dead man soon. The white-robed youth shook his head. The second commander said indifferently, Thank you for your praise, but compared to that, I'm more curious. How did you guys find this place? Take a guess. The white-robed youth looked at him mockingly. Pei Tianhong glanced at the white-robed youth before looking at the second commander. Young master, it seems that only the Rogue Cultivator Alliance knows where we are. What? The second commander froze and looked at Pei Tianhong. You suspect that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance betrayed us? I know it's hard for you to accept. But this is the only explanation. Pei Tianhong sighed. Impossible. Not only are we a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but we are also the disciples of the Vice Leader. How could they betray us? Madman glared at Pei Tianhong. But they only told us our whereabouts. Tell me, if it's not them, then who is it? Pei Tianhong roared at Madman. This was naturally an act. And each of their acting skills were at the level of an award-winning actor. Madman clenched his fists and turned to the second commander. Old Qin, do you believe it? I don't believe it either. The second commander shook his head and said confidently, anyone can betray us, but Master and the others will never. Master? Ha. The young man in white and the other princesses and princes couldn't help but laugh when they saw Qin Feiyang and the others arguing. The faces of the followers around him were also filled with mockery. What are you laughing at? Madman looked at the young man in white with bloody eyes. I think you guys are too naive, too childish, too stupid. The young man in white smiled disdainfully and looked at Madman and the second commander. You guys treat them as your masters, but that doesn't mean they will treat you as their disciples. What do you mean? Madman and the second commander frowned. The young man in white said, I'll tell you the truth. It was the 3 giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance who told us your whereabouts. Madman and the second commander were stunned. No way. You're lying. Madman roared, his face full of disbelief. With our relationship, do I need to lie to you? Looking at you guys now, I really pity you. Because I can see that you have deep feelings for them, including the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but they have been using you. They even have designs on your sovereign weapons. Do you want to know the conditions they gave us in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? The young man in white had a mocking expression. What conditions? Madman asked. The young man in white said, the sovereign weapons or your lives. What? Madman's body shook violently as his face turned deathly pale. The second commander supported Madman as he looked at the white-clothed youth and said in a deep voice, speak clearly. Okay. Now that I'm in a good mood, I might as well explain it to you guys. The conditions they gave were the sovereign weapons on you. They also told us to kill you guys. That's good, that's for sure. Because they were afraid you guys would take revenge on them. How is it? Isn't this a bit cruel? Ha. The young man in white raised his head and laughed mockingly. No. I don't believe it. Madman shook his head. Pu. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man in white and the others were stunned. He was so angry that he spat out blood. It seemed that the betrayal of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was a big blow to him. However, it was still quite pleasing to the eye. The woman in black stepped out and looked coldly at the 4 of them. Are you guys going to do it yourselves, or should we do it ourselves? Do what ourselves? Suicide. Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I do something as stupid as suicide? Madman smiled maliciously as his body emitted a terrifying aura. His eyes turned blood red and his body was surrounded by strands of blood demon power. The woman in black's eyes narrowed when she saw this. What kind of power was this? Even stronger than the sense of danger from the yin demon power? Boom. In the next moment, endless blood demon power surged out of Madman's body and turned into a river of blood that swept in all directions. The other princes and princesses as well as their followers were also surprised. The Prince of the Dragons, the Princess of the Dragons, Madman's blood-red eyes swept across the woman in black and the others as he laughed. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. No, you so-called princes and princesses can come at me together. Let me see what right you have to show your fangs and claws. You're courting death. The eyes of the princes and princesses turned cold. You're the ones courting death. Without your followers, what are you? I'll slap each of you. Madman smiled arrogantly as the power of death surged out. With a loud bang, the gate of hell appeared in the sky and the aura of death enveloped the area. Arrogant. The woman in black's eyes turned colder. Of the 2 followers by her side, one had died and the other was heavily injured. This was already a great humiliation for her. Now that she was provoked by Madman, the killing intent in her heart couldn't be controlled. Clang. With a wave of her hand, the law of death appeared and a gate of hell appeared in the sky. Keek, I won't show mercy to a woman. The madman let out a ferocious smile and waved his hand. The gate of hell shattered the sky, and it was as if there were countless ghosts roaring behind it. This world seemed to have turned into hell, and the aura of death was extremely shocking. Chapter 34-39. There's no need for you to show mercy. The black-dressed woman's face was as cold as ice. Clang. The gate of hell in the sky was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound as it swept up torrential waves and charged towards Madman. Madman was also a greater mastery ruler. They were both at the greater mastery ruler and both had the fifth profundity of the law of death. They were evenly matched. Boom. The two gates of hell collided. The void and sea region within a few hundred miles instantly turned into chaos as though it was the beginning of the world. Further away, the waves surged and covered the sky. If it was in the western continent, it would definitely be a disaster if no one stopped it. The cultivation of a greater mastery ruler coupled with the fifth profundity of the strongest law was enough to destroy a part of the world. Not enough, far from enough. Are you playing house? Madman grinned as he used the spectral ghostly steps and charged towards the black-dressed woman. The power of death surged out as he tore apart the chaos with a punch towards the black-dressed woman. Seeing Madman's current appearance, not to mention the group of princesses and princes, even the dozen followers couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in their hearts. It was as though they were looking at a demon king. His body was shrouded in a bloody mist as his sinister laughter rang out incessantly. The black-dressed woman was also a little afraid. Madman might be arrogant earlier, but he didn't give off a strong sense of oppression. But at this moment, Madman seemed to have changed into a different person. He was like a demon standing in a sea of corpses. But the dignity of the dragons couldn't be offended. As a princess of the dragons, she couldn't be timid. Boom. She raised her arm and threw out a punch without dodging as the power of death spread out in all directions. In just an instant, the two fists, one big and one small, collided. Pu. The black-dressed woman's delicate body trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, her strength and physical body were suppressed by Madman. She found it hard to believe. The white-clothed youth and the others were also astonished. Although the second sister was in her human form, her strength and physical body couldn't be compared to her original body. But as a divine dragon, even if she was in her human form, her physical body and strength were above a human's. But now, she wasn't a match for Madman. His physical body. Could it be that he wasn't weaker than the dragons? Is this all you've got? The so-called princess of dragons is nothing but a joke. The madman madly laughed as he used the ghost steps. His powerful aura instantly disappeared. This was the power of the ghost steps. Once it was activated, all auras would vanish. Of course. This was all thanks to Little Rabbit. Although the previous Spectre ghostly steps also had such an ability, it couldn't completely disappear. When Little Rabbit was helping him level up, she had also made some improvements to it. It could turn Madman into a silent ghost in an instant. The woman in the black dress scanned the surroundings and captured the madman's shadow. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. How dare he look down on her? What an unforgivable human. The next moment, Madman appeared behind the woman in black. The woman in black's reaction speed was also quite astonishing. The moment the madman appeared, she turned around and slapped him without hesitation. It was not just the power of death. She activated the other 3 powers of law. 4 types of law power gushed out from his palm, emitting a world-destroying aura. If it was the lunatic of the past, he might have been seriously injured by this palm. But now, the madman was also a late-stage dominator. Moreover, he had grasped another supreme profound, the law of space and time. Boom. Seeing the woman in black's palm strike, the madman laughed and raised his arm. The law of space and time, law of death, law of slaughter, and law of lightning, these 4 laws surged out. In an instant, the two collided once more. The woman in black's body shook as she spat out another mouthful of blood. She retreated repeatedly, her face pale. Of the 4 laws of the woman in black, only the law of death was the strongest law. The other 3 were ordinary laws. Naturally, they couldn't block the current madman. Not only was she forced back, but her arm was also lacerated. If it was another man, seeing how beautiful you are, they might not bear to beat you up. Unfortunately, this daddy is not a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. The madman laughed. He used the ghost steps and instantly appeared behind the woman in black. He raised his iron fist and punched towards her head. Every move was fatal. Seeing this, the other princes and princesses couldn't help but be alarmed. This person really lived up to his name. Once he started fighting, he would be a complete madman. Second sister, can you do it? Do you need our help? The silver-haired woman's bell-like laughter sounded. The woman in black snorted and took a step forward, disappearing before the madman's eyes. The madman's fist missed and he was stunned. So she also had a supreme profound support divine art. But thinking about it, it didn't seem strange. After all, she was the princess of the dragons. It was natural for her to have a supreme profound support divine art. It would be strange if she didn't. When experts exchanged blows, it was all in a split second. Just as the madman was in a daze, the woman in the black dress relied on her extraordinary speed to appear behind the madman. She slapped the madman's back with her palm. There was also a trace of a sneer in his cold eyes. Was he crazy? This was the price of being crazy, because in her opinion, the madman couldn't react to such a fast palm strike. After all, no matter how fast a person's reaction was, there was still a limit. She still didn't understand the madman. One had to know that the madman was a battle maniac. When Qin Feiyang first entered the Nine Heavens Palace, he was dragged by the madman to spar. The madman had experienced countless battles and wasn't something that those who grew up in a greenhouse could compare to. Whether it was battle awareness or experience, they were both far beyond ordinary people. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of battle awareness and experience, the only person in the younger generation who could compete with him was Qin Feiyang. Feeling the murderous aura behind him, the madman's lips curled into a mocking smile. He opened the power of the 4 laws and grabbed the woman in black's wrist. Boom. Although it looked like a physical collision, it was also a collision of the power of laws. Because now, whether it was the madman or the woman in black, their bodies were enveloped in the power of laws. With the collision of the power of laws, a monstrous aura erupted from the palms and wrists of the 2 people, destroying everything in all directions. What? The woman in black was dumbfounded. The sneer in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of shock. He could still react. You're underestimating this daddy. The bloody battles this daddy has experienced, not to mention you alone, even if all of you princesses and princes added together, you still can't compare. The madman laughed and clenched his hand. The power of the 4 laws surged, emitting a destructive aura. The woman in black screamed as her wrist shattered on the spot. Her flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Just you. You're not even worthy of carrying this daddy's shoes. Immediately after, the madman roared and turned around. He raised his other arm and punched the woman in black's lower abdomen. But at this moment, a set of black armor suddenly appeared on the woman in black's body. Divine might surged. The woman in black looked valiant and imposing. Capture. The madman's punch landed on the armor. A crack appeared on the armor at her lower abdomen, but it didn't shatter. The woman in black sea of chi also didn't shatter. However, under the madman's terrifying power and the power of the 4 laws, the woman in black was sent flying. She smashed into the distant sea like a meteor, blood gushing out of her mouth. This is too ruthless. Although the second sister has always been cold, she is still a woman. The corner of the young man in red's mouth twitched. Even the dragons knew how to be protective of the fairer sex, but this human didn't. Not satisfying at all. The madman looked at the distant sea and suddenly glanced at the young man in red's group. He laughed and said, "Don't waste time, come at me together." When the young man in red and the others heard this, their eyes flashed coldly. This madman was too arrogant. Auras spread out one after another. The madman was stunned and glanced at the young man in white and the others. The auras that emerged from these people were all the auras of the power of laws. If that was the case, the madman definitely wouldn't have such a reaction. The reason was that when these auras appeared, he discovered that they were all the auras of the strongest laws. In other words, these princes and princesses all mastered a type of ultimate law. This was a bit powerful. Thinking about it, his talent wasn't bad, but until now, he hadn't even comprehended an ultimate law. Even Qin Fei Yang had only comprehended one ultimate law. As for the destruction law, death law, and space-time law, they were all inherited. But these people could actually comprehend an ultimate law, and their talent was better than him and Qin Fei Yang? No. They seemed to have neglected the inner area of the Yin demon land. The outer area of the inner area had the inheritance of the strongest laws, let alone the inner area. These people might not have comprehended it on their own, but they might have inherited it. Thinking of this, the madman felt a little better. He had always been a person who refused to admit defeat. When he saw others stronger than him, he wanted to become stronger. But in the face of the power of laws, he could only compromise. Because for the power of laws, talent was only secondary. It mainly relied on luck and opportunity. If you didn't have luck, no matter how talented you were or how hard you worked, you wouldn't be able to comprehend an ultimate law. Don't interfere. But just as the young man in white and the others were about to make a move, a bone-chilling cold voice sounded. Immediately after, the sea in the distance set off huge waves. Accompanied by a loud crash, the woman in black rushed out of the sea. She was wearing black armor, and her long wet hair fluttered in the wind. Her delicate face was covered with frost, as if an ice queen had returned. And her broken wrist was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Second sister, don't try to be brave." The silver-haired woman giggled. "Shut up." The woman in black coldly glanced at the silver-haired woman, and then her gaze fell on the madman, revealing monstrous anger. Today's 2 chapters. Chapter 3440. You still have the strength to glare at me? The madman was taken aback. He looked at the woman in black and laughed. Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough. You will pay the price for this. The woman in black took a step forward as the blood in her body churned. With the roar of divine power, a divine seal appeared out of nowhere. The divine seal was comparable to a mountain. It was completely black and emitted a black light. Countless dragon shadows roared and danced in the air. With the appearance of the divine seal, heaven and earth began to tremble. Supreme-level heaven-defying technique. The madman looked at the divine seal and the corners of his mouth gradually rose with a trace of arrogance. Killing intent surged in the woman in black's eyes. With a wave of her arm, the divine seal carried the power of a dragon that could destroy the world as it whizzed toward the madman. Ha ha! Supreme-level heaven-defying technique, even the madman has one. Azure Dragon Seal. The madman laughed loudly. With the emergence of the blood demon's power, a giant divine seal appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet tall and towered into the clouds like a mountain. Above the divine seal was the body of an azure dragon with a monstrous dragon aura. Boom! The 2 divine seals blasted toward each other. The moment they exploded, heaven and earth fell into darkness. Immediately after, an apocalyptic aura appeared and swept out in all directions. Pei Tianhong and the other 2, as well as the blood-red-robed youth and the others, stood in the wind and silently watched the 2 battle. But their expressions were very different. For Pei Tianhong and the other 2, it wasn't strange for the madman to have such combat strength. After all, they understood the madman. Not to mention this woman in black, even if there were 2 more princesses or princes, they might not be a match for the madman. However, to the Dragon Clan, this was an inconceivable thing. Because in their hearts, they always thought that the dragons were the strongest. Whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they could crush the human race. But they never expected that the strength the madman displayed was not inferior to the princes and princesses of the dragons. No. To be exact, the madman had the absolute advantage. Especially the madman's attitude, it was as if he didn't use his full strength. It was hard to imagine that the human race had such an outstanding young man. Even the princesses of the dragons couldn't overshadow his brilliance. But in comparison, the hearts of the white-clothed youth and the middle-aged couple were even heavier. This was because they had seen the other side of madmen, which was his appearance after his transformation. The transformed lunatic was on a completely different level from the current one. Madman hadn't transformed yet. In other words, so far, the strength that the woman in the black dress had displayed was not even enough to make the madman transform. Of course. The woman in black knew this very well. This was because she had seen Madman transform with her own eyes. His combat strength was comparable to a perfect sovereign. Therefore, she wanted to force Madman to transform as soon as possible. She also understood one thing. If he couldn't even force Madman to transform, then there was no way he could defeat him. However, no matter what methods she used, the madman could resolve them one by one. She couldn't help but feel helpless. In the blink of an eye, with a cracking sound, the two divine seals shattered in the void at the same time. The woman in the black dress had not fully recovered from her previous injuries, and now, because of the shattering of the divine art, she spat out a mouthful of blood. But Madman's body only trembled a little. Since we're going to continue, let's do something even fiercer. Madman chuckled and pointed in the air. The azure dragon seal appeared again. White tiger seal. He pointed at it again, and another seal appeared. This seal was still as huge as a mountain. Above it, there was a white tiger seal floating. Black tortoise seal. Vermilion bird seal. Chiline seal. At this moment, only Madman's voice was echoing in this world. It was like a heavenly bell, shaking the surroundings. With each sentence, a magical seal would appear. Above the black tortoise seal, there was a divine beast black tortoise floating. Above the vermilion bird seal, there was a divine beast vermilion bird floating. Above the Chiline seal, there was a Chiline seal. The 5 divine seals and the dharmakayas of the 5 divine beasts stood in the sky like 5 peerless divine weapons. Their auras could destroy heaven and earth. This is the 5-law divine seal. Pei Tianhong and the other 2 had a trace of surprise on their faces. They knew that the madman had a supreme-level divine art, but this was the first time they had seen the madman use it. Not good. The aura of these 5 seals has already reached the peak of a supreme-level divine art. The pupils of the prince's and princess's followers shrank at this moment. Little girl, if you have the ability, then take this attack of yours truly. Madman laughed wildly. The 5 seals carried a shocking power as they tore through the chaos and attacked the woman in the black dress. Second princess, you can't take it head on, one of the followers hurriedly said. Although he wasn't a follower of the woman in the black dress, he should remind her in the face of the big picture. However, the woman in the black dress turned a deaf ear. She stared at the 5 seals with a trace of stubbornness in her eyes. If she couldn't even force Madman to transform, then she was a failure as the Princess of Dragons. Boom. Suddenly, she took a step forward. Giant shadows of black dragons roared out from her body. Some danced beneath her feet, some hovered above her head, and some roared around her body. At this moment, it was as if she had transformed into the Empress of the Dragon Tribe, exuding an astonishing sense of oppression. 10,000 dragons soaring in the sky, stars surrounding the moon. This is the second sister's strongest divine art. What will the result be? The princesses and princes murmured, their eyes full of expectation. Haha, not bad, but it's still far from enough. Madman laughed loudly. I will make you shut up. A cold light surged in the eyes of the woman in the black dress. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the countless dragon shadows around her suddenly rushed toward the 5 seals. Boom. In just an instant, the 2 strongest divine arts met. The world here once again fell into silence and darkness. But in the next moment, a world-destroying shockwave burst out. Roar. With a tiger roar, the white tiger celestial body stood up as tall as the sky. Its mountain-like claws slammed forward, shattering hundreds of dragon shadows on the spot. Chirp. With another sharp cry, the vermilion bird celestial body spread its wings. The wind whistled, and dozens of dragon shadows were directly shattered by the wind blade. Roar. Roar. The azure dragon celestial body, black tortoise celestial body, and Chiline celestial body also displayed their heaven-defying power, crazily crushing the dragon shadows. The void that had already turned into chaos was now even more chaotic. Tens of millions of miles of sea area had already been affected. Countless sea beasts were frantically fleeing for their lives. Looking from afar, it was a doomsday catastrophe. So strong. How could a human like him master such a terrifying, heaven-defying divine art? The group of dragons trembled both physically and mentally. In their view, the reason why Qin Feiyang and Madman could make a name for themselves in the Sky Cloud realm was entirely because of the sovereign divine weapon and Qin Feiyang's slaughter domain. But at this moment, when they really fought with Madman, they realized that he himself was also so strong. If Madman was so strong, then Qin Feiyang certainly wouldn't be much worse. At this moment, they finally put away the underestimation they had all along. Sometimes, even if you don't want to accept it, you have to accept it. The other party is really outstanding. Catcher. On the 5 seals, a crack appeared at the same time. Madman was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have underestimated this woman's heaven-defying divine art. However, the 5 Laws divine seal was far more than that. Because after the little rabbit helped to upgrade it, the 5 Laws divine seal had also undergone earth-shaking changes. The previous 5 Laws divine seal was almost this powerful. But the current 5 Laws divine seal, once fully activated, its power would exceed the limits of the heaven-defying divine art. Crush them for me. Seeing this, the woman in black was overjoyed and her eyes became sharper. A total of 10,000 dragon phantoms charged forward one after another. Catcher, accompanied by a series of loud noises, more and more cracks appeared on the 5 Laws divine seal. It was about to shatter, but at this moment, Madman laughed. Do you feel that victory is already in front of you? Do you feel that you can defeat this father? Little girl, you are too naive. Fusion, 5 Laws divine seal. As his voice fell, the madman's eyes were overflowing with blood. His words were law. The 5 Laws divine seal that was about to shatter immediately rotated in the sky, forming a pentagram pattern. A destructive aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. It seemed. Hidden within the pentagram was a spring of life. The 5 great Dharma seals that were on the verge of shattering were instantly restored to their original state, without any cracks to be found. What? This, the followers of the princes and princesses revealed a trace of shock in their eyes. This aura had already surpassed the limits of the heaven-defying divine art. Where did this person obtain such a divine art? Such a divine art was extremely rare even for them dragons. This is the true face of the 5 Laws divine seal. Little girl, fall into despair. Madman laughed loudly as the 5 Laws divine seal fell and became infinitely larger, covering the sky and the earth as it suppressed the woman in black. Second princess, you can't fight it head-on. All the followers roared at this moment. But the woman in black was unconvinced. The Black Dragon God Seal and Birth of 10,000 Dragons, these 2 heaven-defying divine arts were evolved and crazily attacked the 5 Laws divine seal. With a loud bang, whether it was the Black Dragon God Seal or the 10,000 Dragon Shadows, they were all shattered without any resistance. It felt like a group of ants trying to shake a giant elephant, but the result was that they were crushed by the giant elephant. Looking at the crazily falling 5 Laws divine seal, the woman in black finally felt a trace of fear in her heart, but it was too late to retreat now. Boom! As the 5 Laws divine seal fell, no matter how the woman in black tried to resist, it was useless. Bloody scars appeared on her body, and she was instantly covered in blood. No. We have to rescue the second princess, one of the followers said in a deep voice. It would be fine if they weren't here, but now, they were. If the Dragon King knew that they didn't save the second princess, he wouldn't let them off. I don't need you to interfere. But at this moment, the woman in black roared as her body emitted a monstrous divine light. In the next moment, a pure divine dragon aura roared out. Chapter 3441. Wang Changyuan, Pei Tianhong, and the second commander were stunned. What was going on? But when they looked at the white-clothed youth and the others, they found that these people had a gloomy face and their hands were tightly clenched together. What was going on? It was a bit strange. Roar. Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar rang out. Pei Tianhong and the others looked over and saw a huge black dragon appear under the 5 Law divine seal. True body. The 3 of them were stunned. They didn't expect the second princess to return to her true body. Now the three of them finally understood why the white-clothed youth and the others had such ugly expressions. The black-dressed woman had been trying to force the madman to transform, but in the end, the madman forced her to return to her true body. 4 dragons, being forced to return to their true body was tantamount to a humiliation. Does it feel good? The madman laughed. You're courting death. The second princess let out a thunderous roar. The mighty dragon aura enveloped all directions. Boom! 2 supreme-level god techniques and 4 or 5 profound meanings of the 4 laws appeared and blasted towards the 5-law divine seal. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the 5-law divine seal shattered. The madman retreated a few steps and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After returning to her true body, the second princess's strength could be said to have increased by a large margin. Haha, this is interesting. You clearly have such strength, but you have to hide it. Isn't this asking for humiliation? The madman laughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He activated the ghost steps and charged forward with a monstrous aura. Go to hell, lowly insect. The second princess raised her giant tail and smashed it at the madman. The terrifying power swept up a storm and swept across the sky. Insect. Lowly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The madman's body was filled with a murderous aura as he raised his iron fist and punched out. Although dragons were divine beasts, they were still beasts. What qualifications did they have to look down on humans who were the leaders of all living beings? If they didn't beat this arrogant woman down today, they would be letting down the word human. Death law, space law, thunder law, slaughter law. The power of the 4 great laws coiled around his fists like patches of flames. Rumble. In an instant, a man and a dragon collided. The madman's terrifying power gushed out like a flood. With a loud cracking sound, a dustpan-sized dragon scale on the huge tail shattered on the spot, and dragon blood sprayed into the air. Now, the second princess, who had reverted to her original form, was no weaker than Madman in both physical strength and physical strength. Madman was also sent flying, his blood staining the surroundings. Haha, that's more exciting. The madman howled with laughter as monstrous battle intent surged from his body. The battle's secret art. The more serious his injuries were, the more blood he lost, the stronger his strength and his fleshly body were. 1 man and 1 dragon fought in a frenzy, each strike fatal. In less than 10 breaths, the second princess of the dragons sensed that something was wrong. Not only did this person's strength and body not weaken with his injuries, but they were also getting stronger. What's going on? Second sister, if I can't defeat him after transforming back to my original form, it would be a disgrace to us dragons. The red-clothed young man said in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense with me, just stand there and watch. The second princess of the dragons coldly snorted. The power of the 4 laws was like a tide as it surged towards Madman. Now, she was completely enraged. She originally wanted to wash away her previous shame, but she never imagined that the result would be an even greater humiliation. This human absolutely cannot be forgiven. Heh. But Madman still had that arrogant and unruly attitude. Thinking back to when he was in the Yin Demon Land, even the black-clothed old man who grasped a supreme arcana couldn't kill him, let alone a mere second princess of the dragons. In the eyes of others, this second princess was indeed quite powerful. Strongest law, supreme-level heaven-defying divine technique, heaven-defying support divine technique, and supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. It could be said. It was difficult to find a few in the younger generation of the sky-cloud boundary who could fight against her. But in the eyes of Madman, it was just a joke. Strength. Fleshly body. Divine technique. Divine artifact. The power of laws. He was above this woman in every aspect, and she still wanted to kill him? Was that possible? The battle became more and more intense. About 100 breaths passed. The madman cackled and punched the second princess. One of her dragon scales shattered and the second princess let out a miserable cry. Her huge body flew out like a meteor. What? The blood-red clothed youth and the others' faces changed greatly. What was going on? The second sister had already returned to her original form, But why was her physical body and strength inferior to Madman? Pei Tianhong and the other two looked at the reaction of these people with a trace of ridicule in their eyes. Madman, if he didn't have any ability, how could he have made such a name for himself? If he didn't have any means, how could he make the core disciples of the various super forces tremble in fear? The most terrifying thing was that this kid was a battle maniac. The more he fought, the braver he became, the more ferocious he became. When he wasn't fighting, he was at most cynical. But once he entered the battle state, there was no other thought in his mind. There was only one thought, and that was to defeat the opponent. Are you happy? Haha, I don't know if you are happy or not, but right now, I am very happy. Madman laughed wildly. With the help of the battle secret technique, the power of his punch was enough to kill an expert of the same level. Luckily, the second princess of the dragons had returned to her original form. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to resist. Looking at Madman's arrogant attitude, the second princess of the dragons was furious. As the princess of the dragons, she had a pure bloodline and a noble status. Ever since she was born, she had never been humiliated like this. Madman, you and I are irreconcilable. Forbidden technique, Black Dragon Domain. She suddenly roared as rays of divine light appeared. In the blink of an eye, a huge black barrier appeared and enveloped Madman. What? She also knows a forbidden technique. Pei Tianhong and the other two's expressions changed. And this forbidden technique seemed to be similar to the fire dragon's domain that the fire dragon used. Madman was also quite surprised. But the blood-red clothed youth and the others' expressions became even darker. They didn't expect that they would be forced to use a forbidden technique. Go and die. The second princess of the dragon clan smiled sinisterly. Black flames suddenly appeared in the Black Dragon domain. The entire domain instantly turned into a huge furnace. Even Madman's physical body couldn't withstand it and seemed to be melting. Forbidden technique. The Madman scanned the Black Dragon domain. He took a step forward and attacked the domain. With a boom, the domain didn't even budge. It really is the same as the Fire Dragon's domain. What do we do now? You have to know that we couldn't break open the Fire Dragon's domain even when we teamed up with Madman. Wang Chongyuan looked at Pei Tianhong and said, "Don't worry. Cultivation is different. That fire dragon was at the perfection ruler realm. And now, this second princess of the dragons is only at the greater success ruler realm. Madman can't break open the Black Dragon domain now, but it's a different story after he transforms." Pei Tianhong smiled faintly. That's right. Wang Chongyuan slapped his head. Once bitten, twice shy. He directly ignored the difference in cultivation between the fire dragon and the second princess. One has to know. After Madman transforms, his strength would increase in all aspects. In other words, once Madman transforms, he wouldn't be any weaker than a perfection ruler. How could a greater success ruler like the second princess of the dragons compare to such strength? Fire Dragon's domain, Black Dragon domain. Hehe, you dragons are really interesting. Madman looked at the second princess of the dragons outside the barrier with a mocking look in his eyes. When the second princess of the dragons saw this, she couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He was obviously mocking her. Even the forbidden technique has been activated, then this should be your peak strength. Peak strength seems to be nothing more than this. I know that you want to force me to transform, but I won't. The Madman smiled proudly as his forehead split open and a blood-red eye appeared. Blood eye. Pei Tianhong and the other two's eyes trembled. That's right. Madman didn't only have this trump card, he also had his battle soul, blood eye. Despair, little girl. Madman bared his teeth as his blood-red eye glanced at the second princess of the dragons. The second princess of the dragons' body stiffened as her feet began to petrify. What? Is this the battle soul that the Son of God mentioned? The blood-red robed youth and the others narrowed their eyes. Son of God? Madman was stunned. The dragons had a Son of God who knew about his battle soul? Not good. He's looking at us. The white-robed youth roared. That's right. With this glance, Madman looked at the blood-red robed youth and the others. One has to know that the most terrifying thing about his blood eye was that any living being that he saw with his blood eye would be petrified. Even if the other party tried to avoid the blood eye, it would be useless. As expected, when Madman's gaze landed on the blood-red robed youth and the others, the group of people quickly entered a state of petrification from head to toe. Only the followers didn't. Because their cultivation was stronger than Madman's. The petrification effect wasn't obvious. However, these princes and princesses were all at the same cultivation level as Madman. How could they resist the petrification effect? In just half a blink of an eye, most of the princes and princesses had been petrified. How can it be so terrifying? It can't even dispel the petrification state. The group of people was terrified to the extreme. The second princess of the dragon's body was almost completely petrified. As her divine soul and brain petrified, her consciousness also quickly disappeared. The black dragon domain dissipated on its own. Madman laughed and didn't give the second princess of the dragons any chance to escape. He took a step forward and slapped the second princess of the dragons. The other princes and princesses were also almost completely petrified. However, at this moment, a terrifying divine might appeared in their bodies, including the second princess of the dragons. As soon as this divine might appeared, the petrification state was forcefully dispelled. Moreover, the divine power surged towards the madman's blood-red eye, as if it wanted to destroy his blood-red eye. Chapter 3, Release at 9:30. Chapter 34-42. Watch out. Pei Tianhong and the other two's expression changed as they roared at Madman. They never would have thought that such a thing would happen. A terrifying aura came from each of the princes and princesses. Although this aura was unfamiliar, they were familiar with its strength. This was the aura of a sovereign weapon. What they were most worried about had happened. These princes and princesses all had a sovereign weapon. Madman didn't expect this either. Blood Eye sensed a fatal threat even before the divine might surged over. Especially the second princess of the dragons in front of him. The aura of the bronze mirror could drown him in an instant. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying aura came from Madman's body. The whisk awakened on its own and protected Madman. After blocking the bronze mirror's divine aura, the horsetail whisk immediately flew out of Madman's body and carried him away. He dodged the other divine auras and managed to save his life. Damn, my life was hanging by a thread. Madman and the whisk appeared beside Pei Tianhong and the others. Madman patted his chest, his face filled with fear. If it wasn't for the whisk, he would have lost his life, not only Blood Eye. Little Madman, find a chance to escape. Pei Tianhong said. I know. Madman replied and looked around. The followers of the princes and princesses were still the same as before, surrounding the area and blocking all paths. It was almost impossible to break out of this encirclement. Even if he wanted to survive today, the chances were slim. The dragons had so many sovereign weapons, Madman could only take a beating. However, it was impossible to give up and wait for death. This wasn't his style. As long as there was a bit of hope, he would fight for it. In the end, Madman's gaze landed on the second princess of the dragons and the others. His blood eye had already closed and the petrified state of the princes and princesses had disappeared. You guys are too much. When I told you guys to come together, you were all afraid of losing face. But now, you all activated the sovereign weapons. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Madman said angrily. Everyone had awkward expressions when they heard this. They couldn't be blamed. The sovereign weapons were protecting their masters. But they couldn't refute because no matter what, it had happened. How is it? You still want to continue? Madman looked at the second princess of the dragons playfully. The second princess floated in the air and stared at the madman. She was covered in blood and her dragon scales were almost all shattered. She looked extremely miserable. She was furious. But now, she felt even more powerless. Even if Zhongxian were to revert back to his original form, even if he were to activate a forbidden technique, he would still be unable to force the other party to transform. The disparity in strength between them was not just a little. How could a lowly creature like the human race give birth to such a monster? How about this? We're all young people. Let's use the young people's methods to solve problems. Sovereign weapon, followers, stand to the side. Let's fight fair and square. You can take turns fighting me, or you can gang up on me. If I lose to you, you can do whatever you want to me. I won't resist. But if I win, you have to let us go obediently. What do you think of this proposal? The madman looked at the group of people, his eyes filled with provocation. Hearing this, the group of people's faces could not help but sink. Don't tell me you don't dare to agree. You are the princess and prince of the dragons. I'm just an ant in your mouth. Facing the challenge of an ant like me, you don't dare to accept. If this spreads out, then you dragons won't have the face to continue living in the sky cloud realm. The madman's face was full of ridicule. Your Highness, there's no need to agree. That's right. With our strength, it's completely enough to crush them, so there's no need to do such meaningless things. Besides, this is a world where the strong survive. People only look at the result, not the process. The group of followers reminded them. They were afraid that the blood-red clothed youth and others would impulsively agree to the madman's challenge. Because the madman's strength was already in front of them. Even if the several princes and princesses joined forces, the chances of defeating him were almost zero. In other words, for the madman, this was a sure-win situation. For the dragons, losing this battle was not only releasing the tiger back to the mountain, but also losing face. Just think about it. If several princesses and princes joined forces and lost to the madman, what kind of reaction would it cause? At that time, the dragons would really lose their reputation. Then let's do it. The second princess's eyes were cold. Accompanied by a loud clang, the black dragon mirror swept out like lightning. The divine aura was like a torrent as it rushed towards the madman's group. That's right. Why waste so much time on something that can be solved quickly? The white-clothed youth smiled coldly as the white dragon sword also appeared. The terrifying sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. The group of followers also released a monstrous aura. The madman's group was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Although these people only revealed the bronze mirror and white dragon sword, it was completely enough for them. Moreover, these followers were also supreme existences who had mastered two supreme profound meanings. A sure-death situation. Horsetail Whisk, it's all up to you. The madman sighed. I'll do my best. The Horsetail Whisk responded. A monstrous divine aura emerged and condensed into an invisible barrier. Kill. The white-clothed youth and the second princess immediately shouted coldly. The bronze mirror and white dragon sword immediately recovered and attacked the barrier. Facing the bombardment of the two sovereign divine weapons, the barrier was instantly distorted and shattered. A terrifying divine aura surged in from the shattered cracks. The madman's group's expression changed as they quickly blocked it. But even if it was just the divine aura of the sovereign divine weapons, it wasn't something they could block. In an instant, their bodies were dripping with blood. Are we really going to die here? The madman glanced at the princesses, princes, and followers with a cold expression. Even if they kneeled down and begged for mercy, the other party wouldn't let them go. Old Pei, Old Wang, and you, the madman looked at Pei Tianhong and the other two and apologized. I'm sorry for dragging you guys into this. Pei Tianhong waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. Back in the blood hall, if you guys didn't show mercy, we would have been smashed to pieces. How would we have the chance to peek into the secret hidden in the Yin Demon Land? Besides, it's our honor to die under so many sovereign divine weapons. Ha, the madman laughed and nodded. That's right. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? 18 years later, we'll be heroes again. Come, let them see our unyielding spirit and fighting spirit. Boom. The madman finally transformed. Pei Tianhong and Wang Chongyuan also released their auras. The second commander hesitated for a moment and still maintained the aura of a greater success sovereign realm expert. Because now, if he revealed his true cultivation, the dragons would know that he was an imposter. At that time, after killing them, he would continue to chase after Qin Fei Yang. The dragon's foundation was too terrifying. They had to give Qin Fei Yang time to grow. And now, the dragons all thought that he was Qin Fei Yang. So now that he died in front of the dragons wouldn't pursue Qin Feiyang anymore. Young master, don't forget to take revenge for us in the future. The second commander murmured. He raised his head and looked at the dragons with a resolute gaze. The attention of the dragon tribe was focused on the madman and the other three at this moment. They didn't notice that there was a small shadow shuttling through the raging winds and huge waves, silently heading for the second princess of the dragon tribe. Get down for this, brother. Just as the madman and the others were about to fight, a roar suddenly sounded. Brother Wolf. The madman's eyes trembled when he heard this voice. That's right. That small shadow was the white-eyed wolf that ran away from the beginning. Boom. Following the roar, the white-eyed wolf instantly turned into a giant golden wolf that was several hundred feet tall. The Death Law and Space Law were both activated. His target was the second princess of the dragons, because now, the copper mirror was bombarding the barrier. The second princess of the dragons had 2 followers. One of them had died long ago. The other's body was destroyed and only her divine soul was left. She was definitely recovering in a spatial item. Therefore, the second princess of the dragons was undoubtedly the best target. Although the second princess of the dragons had a cultivation level higher than the white-eyed wolf, she was covered in wounds from the battle with the madman. She didn't even have 1/10 of her strength. One had to know. The white-eyed wolf had grasped 3 ultimate intents, and they were all ultimate intents of the strongest law. With these 3 supreme profundities, he could even put up a fight against a perfect sovereign, let alone the second princess of the dragon race who was heavily injured. Moreover, the white-eyed wolf's appearance was so sudden. Therefore, the second princess of the dragons didn't even have time to react before she was heavily injured by the 2 ultimate intents of the Death Law and Space Law. Boom! That huge dragon body was torn apart, and her sea of chi was shattered on the spot. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. He slapped out with his claws again without mercy. The head of the second princess of the dragons exploded on the spot, and blood dyed the sky. Immediately after, the white-eyed wolf grabbed the divine soul of the second princess of the dragons, activated momentary time, and instantly retreated to the sky above the distant sea region. All of this seemed slow, but the entire process only took an instant. Other than the madman, everyone else only came back to their senses at this time. When they came back to their senses and turned to look at the second princess of the dragons group suddenly changed color. Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, and the second commander looked at the white-eyed wolf standing in the sky above the distant sea region. They were first stunned, then their faces were filled with ecstasy. Originally, they all thought that the white-eyed wolf had really run away. But they didn't expect that he had been hiding in the dark all this time and had put on such a good show. This was really a timely reign. If not for the white-eyed wolf's appearance, they would have really gone all out. At this moment, they couldn't help but roar in their hearts, including the madman. Brother Wolf is domineering, Brother Wolf is mighty. Chapter 34-43. Shua. Several followers charged towards the white-eyed wolf at the same time. Don't come over, otherwise, I'll destroy your second princess. The white-eyed wolf took a step back and stared at them with a sneer. In his claws was the divine soul of the second princess. This was a divine dragon that was several meters long. This was the second princess's dragon soul. Like a young dragon, it was constantly struggling. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the second princess's dragon soul and said disdainfully, "Don't waste your energy. Although you're a greater success dominator, with your current state, it's easy for me to kill you. Then kill me. If you kill me, you won't have a way out." The second princess of the dragons sneered. Several followers immediately stopped when they heard the white-eyed wolf's words. Their eyes were extremely gloomy. What should we do? The blood-red-clothed youth looked at the white-eyed wolf and the second princess of the dragons. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked the white-clothed youth and the others. How would I know? Damn it, I really didn't expect this accident to happen. The white-clothed youth was inwardly furious. Although there were open and secret struggles between the princesses and princes, they were still of the same clan. If he was alone, he would definitely not care about the life and death of this woman. But now, there were so many clansmen present. One must know. Every prince and princess here was not easy to deal with. Moreover, at every moment, he was thinking about how to scheme against the other party. If someone dared to say that they did not care about the life and death of the second princess of the dragons, the others would definitely take the opportunity to make a fuss. For people like them, what they were most afraid of was leaving behind a weakness that could be used against them. A small weakness that could be used against them could cause them to be smashed into pieces. Therefore, not only the white-clothed youth, the other princes and princesses also did not dare to speak rashly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a palm-sized black ancient pagoda flew out from the second princess of the dragon's body. Following closely, a black figure appeared. It was the follower of the second princess of the dragons, the black-clothed old man. Wolf cub, how dare you? As soon as the black-clothed old man appeared, he looked at the white-eyed wolf with a sinister look in his eyes. You've already lost your physical body, yet you still dare to be arrogant here? The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully and clenched its claws. The soul of the second princess immediately distorted and let out a painful howl. Stop it! Stop it! The black-clothed old man roared, his face full of anxiety. The white-eyed wolf's claws loosened slightly. The second princess of the dragons immediately looked up at the white-eyed wolf and roared, "Kill me if you dare. His bones are so hard." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Although he really wanted to kill this woman, he obviously couldn't do so now. Otherwise, if he completely enraged the dragons, not only would the four of them be unable to protect themselves, but he would also die here. After all, once they lost their bargaining chip, the second princess of the dragons, they would only be beaten up. The white-eyed wolf looked at the four of them and said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Come over." The frenzied one immediately looked at the horsetail whisk and shouted, "Let's go." The horsetail whisk wrapped around the four of them and flew toward the white-eyed wolf. "We can't let them leave." The black-clothed old man looked at the black dragon mirror and shouted, "What a joke." If the four of them successfully met up with the white-eyed wolf, then the white-eyed wolf would have even less to worry about. Clang! The copper mirror's divine aura surged as it stood in front of the horsetail whisk. The black-clothed old man looked at the white-clothed youth and pleaded, "Your Highnesses, please lend me a hand." He knew that these princes and princesses definitely didn't want to save the second princess, but he had no other choice now and could only place his hopes on these people. When the group of princes and princesses heard this, their expressions changed uncertainly. "We're all of the same race. Moreover, you're all siblings with the second princess. How can you leave her in the lurch? If you're really heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. When I return, I'll tell the Dragon King that the second princess is dead because of you." The black-clothed old man roared. "What do you mean? We're the ones who killed her. Don't lie through your teeth." The red-clothed youth said angrily, "So what if I'm lying? As long as the Dragon King believes it, then it's fine. Even if the Dragon King doesn't believe it, he'll definitely be wary of you and even secretly investigate you. I'd like to ask all of you here, do you dare say that you haven't made any big mistakes?" The black-clothed old man sneered. The red-clothed youth clenched his fists and stared at the black-clothed old man with a bone-chilling gaze. The white-clothed youth and the others also had ugly expressions. This was a blatant threat to them. The old saying was right. Man is not a saint, how can there be no mistakes? Therefore, people would more or less make some irreparable mistakes in their lives. The difference was how to deal with the aftermath. If you could deal with it properly, you could naturally cover it up. But if you couldn't, it would definitely bring about a disaster. The princes and princesses of the dragons usually competed for fame and fortune, forming cliques and scheming against each other. Naturally, there would be a lot of conflicts, such as killing and murder. In fact, this was a very common thing. Because no matter which force it was, it existed and was unavoidable. But there was also a prerequisite. The prerequisite was that it didn't blow up. If it didn't blow up, even if the higher-ups knew, they would turn a blind eye. But if these things were to blow up infinitely and alert the higher-ups, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. They never thought that the black-clothed old man would be so ruthless and want to fight to the death with them. Hee hee. Suddenly, a bell-like laughter sounded. The white-clothed youth and the others looked at the silver-haired woman and couldn't help but frown. The silver-haired woman also looked at the white-clothed youth and the others and smiled at the black-clothed old man. Look at what you're saying. We're a family, how can we not care about the life and death of second sister? Hypocrite. The red-clothed youth sneered. You only know now. The white-clothed youth also sneered. The black-clothed old man also looked at the silver-haired woman with a fake smile and bowed. Little princess is very righteous. This old man admires you. Don't. You're a senior, I can't bear it. The silver-haired woman waved her hand and looked at the red-clothed youth and the white-clothed youth. She laughed and said, Brother Bai, Brother Shui, you're both geniuses of the dragons. Your brains and strength are stronger than mine, so I still have to rely on you for this matter. When the two heard this, they suddenly had the urge to curse. After all this time, she still threw this trouble to them. She really knew how to behave. Because there was already a conflict between them, if they were to rescue her now, if there was any trouble in the future, they would definitely blame them for being nosy and saving this woman. But if they didn't save her, it would be their fault now. Because everyone was watching their decision. In other words, the silver-haired woman pushed them to the forefront with just a few words. The white-clothed youth gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Longjian. Help stop them. He thought about it again and again. In the end, he still chose to rescue her. Because he didn't want to fight to the death with the black-clothed old man. This wouldn't do him any good. Moreover, the second princess had the entire Black Dragon clan behind her. Once the situation turned bad, the old antiques of the Black Dragon clan would definitely personally take action. Although he also had the White Dragon clan behind him, if they really fought, not only would there be a lot of trouble, but the situation would also be worrying. Clang. Hearing this, Bai Longjian immediately stood behind the Horsetail Whisk and Frenzied. His aura firmly locked onto Frenzied and the other three. Seeing this, the red-clothed youth also glared angrily and a monstrous murderous aura erupted from his body. Clang. Immediately after, a blood-colored dagger appeared. It was about a foot long and completely blood-red. There was a blood dragon engraved on it that emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Another Dominator weapon, Frenzied and the other three's pupils shrank. Blood Dragon Blade. Go help. The red-clothed youth waved his hand. The blood dragon blade immediately awakened and stood above Frenzied and the other three. A powerful aura also awakened in the bodies of the other princes and princesses. How terrifying. Not to mention Frenzied and the other three, even White-Eyed Wolf, who was standing in the distance, felt the pressure increase and sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing this situation, the black-clothed elder finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as everyone was willing to help, even if this wolf cub borrowed courage from the heavens, he wouldn't dare to kill the second princess. Shua. He immediately looked up at White-Eyed Wolf and sneered, You don't seem to have the ability to threaten us because 5 of your companions are in our hand. White-Eyed Wolf was expressionless. Now, as long as this old man gives the order, your Dominator weapons and the other 3 will all die. So let's have a good talk. It won't be good for anyone to die together. The black-clothed elder said again. White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flashed and he asked curiously, Tell me, what do you want to talk about? A life for a life. You can choose any one of the 4 to exchange for the second princess. The black-clothed elder pointed at Frenzied and the other 3. White-Eyed Wolf was stunned and frowned. According to what you said, I can only save one? That's right. The black-clothed elder nodded. White-Eyed Wolf looked at the black-clothed elder and grinned, But I want to save all of them. What should I do? Do you think that's possible? The black-clothed elder sneered. You want to save all of them? You're too naive. It's not impossible. Let's see if you really care about the second princess. White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flashed fiercely as he clenched his claws. The second princess screamed as her dragon soul was shattered. What are you doing? Stop. The black-clothed elder's expression changed as he roared. Are you fucking awake? How dare you negotiate with me? You only have one choice, 1 for 5. If you don't agree, then let's see who's more ruthless. White-Eyed Wolf smiled sinisterly as his huge claws clenched tightly onto the second princess's dragon soul. There was only half of the second princess's dragon soul left. Now, as long as the white-eyed wolf clenched his claws, the second princess would be declared dead. Chapter 34-44. But even so, the second princess of the dragons was not afraid at all. She looked at the old man in black and roared, "Don't worry about me, kill him. You're courting death." The white-eyed wolf suddenly had a trace of hostility between his brows. With another swipe of his claw, a portion of the second princess's remaining soul instantly disappeared. Now, she could not even maintain her dragon soul form. She was like a black mist. Second princess. The old man in black glared at the white-eyed wolf and roared, "If you dare to touch her." But before he could finish, the white-eyed wolf swiped his claw again. Accompanied by a painful howl, the second princess's soul was left with the last wisp. The old man in black stopped talking and stared blankly at the white-eyed wolf. "Continue. If I dare to touch her, what will you do?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the old man in black mockingly. "You want to threaten me? You really don't have a brain. My brother wolf is handsome and powerful, like a god descending from the heavens. How can you threaten him?" The old man in black no longer dared to say anything. He could see that this wolf cub was a lawless person. He could not afford to gamble. Because the white-eyed wolf could ignore Frenzy and the others, but he could not ignore the second princess. "I'll say it one last time. 1 for 5. There's no room for negotiation. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death today. Like what little Frenzy said, I'll be a hero again in 18 years. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were sharp and fearless. This kind of boldness made the people on the dragon's side afraid. This was the way the world was. Good people were afraid of bad people were afraid of vicious people, and vicious people were afraid of those who did not care about their lives. Coincidentally, the dragons had bumped into them today. If they were not afraid of losing their lives, why would they be afraid of the dragons? At most, they would die together. "I'll count to 3. If you don't hand her over, then don't blame me for being merciless. Also, don't even think about using a dominator weapon to ambush me. With the distance between us, I can easily kill your second princess before the dominator weapon arrives." The white-eyed wolf grinned and shouted, 1, 2, I promise, I promise." Before he could say 3, the black costume old man raised his hand to stop him and shouted, "That's more like it." The white-eyed wolf chuckled, and the look in his eyes softened as he said, "Hurry up. Remember, don't play any tricks. Even I, your brother, am afraid of being ruthless." The black-robed old man suppressed his anger and looked at the copper mirror, the white dragon sword, and the blood dragon blade. "Let him go." The copper mirror was the dominating divine weapon of the second princess. Naturally, it would not say anything. However, the white dragon sword and the blood dragon blade would depend on the attitude of the two youths. When the black-robed old man saw that the two sovereign divine weapons were motionless, he turned to look at the white-robed young man and the white-robed young man. The two of them were infuriated. It wasn't easy for him to seize this opportunity. He was really unwilling to let these people go just like that. But they couldn't refuse. They were all from the same clan and often met each other, so they understood the black-robed old man's temper. If he really fell out with them, there would be endless trouble. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of killing him to silence him. Once the second princess died, they would kill this old thing. However, there was still the copper mirror, the dominating divine weapon. The copper mirror was the dominating divine weapon of the Black Dragon clan. Each of them had their own standpoints and would not allow them to do so. Release. Finally. The two of them looked at each other, looked at their respective dominating divine weapons, and shouted. Only then did the white dragon sword and the blood dragon blade retreat to the side. The horsetail whisk immediately wrapped around the madman and the other three and flew towards the white-eyed wolf. Wait. But suddenly, the black-robed old man seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Wait." As soon as he said this, the copper mirror immediately stood in front of the horsetail whisk and the madman. "What do you mean?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. The blood-red clothed youth and the madman's group also looked at the black-robed old man suspiciously. The black-robed old man glanced at the madman and the other three, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "How do I know if you will play any tricks?" "Damn. This brother is trustworthy, okay? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. Trustworthy? Do you think anyone will believe you? The black-robed old man sneered. He was also an extremely cautious person. Then what do you want? The white-eyed wolf frowned. The black dragon mirror and I will follow the madman and the others to your side. Of course. You definitely won't be at ease, afraid that we will attack you as soon as we exchange hostages. The black-robed old man said. Quite smart. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. One had to know. Right now, they were absolutely at a disadvantage. Once the second princess's dragon soul was handed over to the black-robed old man, the blood-red clothed youth and the others would definitely attack them immediately. At that time, even if they controlled the laws of space and time, they wouldn't be able to escape. After all, the other party not only had so many sovereign divine weapons, but also a group of powerful followers. Therefore, they had to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. The white-eyed wolf's mind turned slightly and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at the black-robed old man and said, There is a way that both of us can rest assured. What is it? The black-robed old man was puzzled. You and the black dragon mirror come with us. We will find a place where there is no one and then make the deal. The white-eyed wolf said. Find a place where there is no one and then make the deal? The black-robed old man lowered his head and pondered. The blood-red clothed youth and the others had been looking for an opportunity, but the white-eyed wolf didn't let down his guard. He felt helpless. Why was even a wolf cub so difficult to deal with? It's actually very simple. Just avoid them and we can be at ease to exchange hostages. The white-eyed wolf pointed at the blood-red clothed youth and the others and laughed. The black-robed old man glanced at the blood-red clothed youth and the others and nodded. Okay, I agree. With the black dragon mirror, even if they were alone, the white-eyed wolf and the madman wouldn't be able to kill him. Similarly, with the horsetail whisk, a dominator divine weapon, it would be difficult for him to kill the white-eyed wolf and the madman. Therefore, neither side dared to play any tricks under such circumstances. Great. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and looked at the madman. We will go to White Crane Island. You can bring them here after I get there. Why did they have to wait for the white-eyed wolf to get there first? The white-eyed wolf was worried that if the copper mirror and the black-robed old man came with the madman and the others, something might happen. Therefore, it was better for it to go first. As long as it took the second princess's divine soul with it, the other party wouldn't be able to find a chance to turn the tables. Understood. The madman nodded. Everyone, see you later. The ingrate waved its paw at the blood-red clothed young man and the others, and began to use the law of space and time. A space-time transmission channel immediately appeared in front of it, and it ran in with the soul of the second princess without looking back. Damn it, damn it. The white-robed youth roared in his heart. The black-robed old man hurriedly looked at the madman and said, Give me the coordinates of White Crane Island. Give you the coordinates? You only have one divine soul left. What's the point of giving it to you? If I tell you the coordinates, won't they follow us immediately? Old thing, you still want to scheme against me. The madman glanced at the blood-red clothed youth and the others and looked at the black-robed old man with a mocking smile. The black-robed old man was furious. That's right. He wanted to get the coordinates from the madman and secretly tell the blood-red clothed youth and the others. When they went to White Crane Island, the blood-red clothed youth and the others would follow them immediately. However, the madman saw through it. What kind of people were they? Why were they all like old foxes? Just sit here and relax. Have some tea and chat. The heavenly cloud seas scenery is not bad. Enjoy it. The madman glanced at the blood-red clothed youth and the others and chuckled. He activated the law of space and a portal appeared. Looking at the portal, the blood-red clothed youth and the others wished they could immediately destroy it. Because once the madman and the others stepped into the portal, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. It would be almost impossible to find such an opportunity in the future. However, they didn't know that if it wasn't for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they wouldn't even have this opportunity. You guys go first. The madman looked at the black-robed old man and the bronze mirror. The black-robed old man glanced at the madman and the bronze mirror. Let's go. The bronze mirror picked up the black-robed old man and rushed into the portal. When we meet again, I'll definitely treat you guys to a drink. Don't be polite with me. After all, we're all friends. The madman waved at the blood-red clothed youth and the others before looking at the horsetail whisk. With a whoosh, the horsetail whisk brought the madman into the portal. What do we do? The blood-red clothed youth looked at the white-robed youth. How would I know? The white-robed youth roared. At this moment, he was more annoyed than anyone else. Back in the Yin Demon Land, not only did they steal his inheritance, but they were also played by Qin Fei Yang's 3,000 incarnations. He had always remembered this. He had planned to vent his anger after capturing Qin Fei Yang and the others. But he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Not only did he not get anything, but he was also humiliated by the white-eyed wolf and the madman. Drink tea. Chat. Look at the scenery. Treat him to a drink. He really wanted to curse. Treat your ass. Why don't we enter the spatial divine item and secretly follow them? The middle-aged couple walked to the white-robed youth's side and looked at the portal with a frown. Do you think they're stupid? They've planned everything so thoroughly. When we reach White Crane Island, don't you think they won't use their divine sense to search? The white-robed youth roared and looked at the other princes and princesses. Does anyone know where White Crane Island is? Everyone shook their heads. I heard about White Crane Island when I was asking about them in the Eastern Continent. It said that Qin Fei Yang and the others had a bloody battle with the Bloodhall on White Crane Island back then. But I didn't pay attention at that time, so I didn't ask for the coordinates of White Crane Island. The silver-haired girl said. How are we going to get there without the coordinates? The white-robed youth roared. Before he could finish speaking, the space-time tunnel in front of them collapsed with a loud rumble. That's right. This collapse didn't heal on its own. Obviously, the madman and the others were afraid that the white-robed youth and the others would hide in the spatial divine item and secretly follow them, so they couldn't wait to destroy the portal after arriving at White Crane Island. Chapter 34:45. The young man in white looked at the collapsed spacetime tunnel and said in a deep voice, No, we can't give up just like that. The sea beasts here must know. Go find a sea beast nearby and ask. Yes. The middle-aged couple nodded, randomly found a direction and flew into the sky. The silver-haired woman looked at the middle-aged couple and her eyes flashed slightly. Then, she sent a voice transmission to the two old women beside her, Go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Why are we going to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance? The two old women were stunned. The people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance must know where White Crane Island is. Instead of looking for those sea beasts, we might as well look for the three giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The silver-haired woman thought to herself. When the two of them heard this, their hearts moved. One of them, an old woman, immediately opened a time transmission channel. Immediately after, the three of them turned and entered the space-time tunnel under the puzzled gazes of the others. At the same time, in the distance, three figures stood side by side. It was the Alliance Master and the other two. Amazing, this wolf cub. If not for the fact that they were afraid of being discovered by the young man in white and the others, the three of them would definitely burst out laughing. Since they have escaped, let's go. The Alliance Master smiled, opened the spacetime tunnel, and turned to leave. But when they returned to the Alliance capital, which was the Deputy Alliance Master's courtyard, they immediately felt three powerful auras in the sky. The three of them hurriedly walked out of the courtyard and looked up. They saw the silver-haired woman and the two old women standing above the barrier. Why are they here again? The Deputy Alliance Master was surprised. Could it be that they are here to ask us about the location of White Crane Island? The Hall of Famers sent a voice transmission. I'll say it one last time. If the three giants of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance don't come out, don't blame me for being impolite. One of the old women's face was covered in frost. Below, the Shun Mang couple, the Great Elder, and the others were all rather nervous. They did not know that the Alliance Master and the other two had returned and did not dare to say that the three of them had left the Alliance capital. Because if they did, it would easily arouse suspicion. What was worth mentioning was that Lu Zhengyuan's figure could no longer be seen. Whoosh! The Alliance Master and the other two looked at each other and stepped out, landing in front of the Shun Mang couple. Alliance Master, Old Yi, Old Chi, Shun Mang and his wife were very excited, as if they had seen their savior. At the same time, in the sky above a sea, the white-eyed wolf's several 100 feet tall body stood against the wind, emitting a monstrous ferocious aura. This was White Crane Island. However, White Crane Island had long been reduced to dust. Opposite, Horsedale Whisk, the Bronze Mirror, the black-clothed old man, and the madman stood together. Just as the young man in white had expected, Pei Tianhong released his spiritual force the moment he came out. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the teleportation portal collapsed. The white-eyed wolf looked at the black-clothed old man and grinned. "It's very safe here. Let's exchange directly." "All right." The black-robed old man nodded. In fact, he had no choice but to make the exchange now. This was because the copper mirror alone was no longer a threat to the Flywhisk, the madman, and the others. The white-eyed wolf waved its claws and the soul of the second princess immediately flew towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man immediately stepped forward and grabbed the dragon soul. The bronze mirror also flew over to protect the two of them. In the meantime, White-Eyed Wolf landed beside Madman and the others. He looked at Madman and smiled proudly. "How is it? At the critical moment, you still have to rely on me." Madman rolled his eyes and glanced at the black-robed old man and the bronze mirror. "What? You still want to kill him?" White-Eyed Wolf thought. "I do have that thought." Madman didn't deny it because there was no need. At this moment, the black-robed old man also noticed Madman's gaze and his heart shook. He quickly looked at the white-eyed wolf and the others and said, "Although it's only me and the black dragon mirror left, it won't be that easy for you to kill us." "I know." Madman nodded. Although they had Horsedale Whisk, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chongyuan, and the second commander on their side, the other side also had the black dragon mirror. If they fought head-on, the other side definitely wouldn't be able to beat them. But if the black dragon mirror took the black-robed old man and the second princess and wanted to escape, then they really wouldn't be able to do anything. Because the speed of the black dragon mirror could only be compared to Horsedale Whisk. Even if they caught up, it would definitely be a battle of attrition. And the white-robed youth and the others definitely wouldn't give up. Right now, they were definitely thinking of ways to find the coordinates of White Crane Island. Once they got the coordinates, they would definitely charge over. At that time, the situation that they had worked so hard to salvage would be gone in an instant. So now, the wisest thing to do was to leave. The black-robed old man said in a deep voice, "Since you know, then you should also know what the wisest thing to do is." "Of course. But according to the actions of a normal playboy, shouldn't I say something before leaving?" Madman smiled mockingly. "You're joking, right? A person like you is still a playboy?" The black-robed old man was helpless. If such an outstanding young man was still a playboy, then humans were too terrifying. "All right, we don't need to play such a childish game. But there's something that I have to say. You dragons have really provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked." Madman smiled and waved his hand to open a space-time passage. Then, he took the white-eyed wolf, Pei Tianhong, and the others and walked in without looking back. The black-robed old man looked at the backs of Madman and the others. For a moment, it was as if he saw the shadows of several war gods. A sense of reverence uncontrollably emerged in his heart. He really wanted to suppress this feeling, because to him, this was a great humiliation. As a super powerhouse of the Dragon Clan, how could he have a heart of reverence for the human race? However, this feeling was impossible to get rid of. Could it be that he had really provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked? Whoosh! At this moment, a space-time passage appeared in the sky. The black-robed old man's heart tightened. He hurriedly looked up and saw the silver-haired woman walk out of the space-time passage with the two old women. Seeing that it was these three people, the black-robed old man let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the white-eyed wolf and the others would come back with reinforcements. "Where are they?" the silver-haired woman asked. "Gone." The black-robed old man sighed. The silver-haired woman raised her eyebrows and asked, "What about second sister's dragon soul?" "Saved." The black-robed old man smiled. In his eyes, as long as the second princess was fine, it was better than anything. That's good. The silver-haired woman chuckled. It seems that this group of people isn't so easy to deal with. If they were easy to deal with, they would have died in the Yin demon land. The black-robed old man shook his head. But isn't this more interesting? The silver-haired woman had a playful look in her eyes. Then, she looked at the black-robed old man and giggled. You and second sister both need to recover. Why don't you let us accompany you? The black-robed old man's pupils constricted and he waved his hand. We don't dare to trouble the little princess. With that, the black-robed old man looked at the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror understood and took the black-robed old man and disappeared at the end of the sea like lightning. What do they mean? I had good intentions and they suspected me? The silver-haired woman stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Isn't that normal? It would be strange if he agreed. The two old women chuckled. The silver-haired woman pursed her lips, seemingly aggrieved. She looked at the two of them and asked, "Where are we going next?" The two of them exchanged glances and chuckled. "Where are we going? Did your highness already have a plan? You guys know me the best. Let's go. We'll return to the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance." The silver-haired woman said. We're going to the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance again? The two of them were stunned. Although they knew that the silver-haired woman already had plans, they did not know that they would have to return to the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. That's right. Since the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance has fallen out with Qin Feiyang's group, Qin Feiyang's group will definitely find a chance to take revenge. Therefore, all we have to do is wait for them. The silver-haired woman chuckled. On the other side, the middle-aged couple caught two sea beasts as well. These two sea beasts were only half-step sovereigns. At that moment, the two sea beasts were extremely panicked against the white-robed young man's group. Let me ask you, where is White Crane Island? The white-robed young man stared at them, his face filled with hostility. White Crane Island? The two beasts were slightly stunned. It turned out that he was only asking them about the location of White Crane Island. They thought that he was going to do something to them, so they thought about it and shook their heads. I don't know. In fact, they knew. Although White Crane Island was just an ordinary island, the battle between Qin Feiyang's group and the Bloodhall on White Crane Island had already spread among the sea beasts of the Heavenly Cloud Ocean. However, they were also nearby and saw Madman's group, so they guessed that these people asking about White Crane Island should be related to Qin Feiyang's group. When Qin Feiyang's group first entered the Heavenly Cloud Realm, the beast god of the Heavenly Cloud Ocean had already given the order that everything about Qin Feiyang's group was not to be mentioned to anyone. Therefore, they hid it. You don't know? The white-robed young man raised his eyebrows and said angrily, You are the sea beasts of the Heavenly Cloud Ocean. How can you not know about White Crane Island? We really don't know. We do know all the famous places in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean, but we have never heard of White Crane Island. The two beasts were anxious. Could it be that this White Crane Island is just an inconspicuous island in the Heavenly Cloud Ocean? The white-robed young man looked at the blood-robed young man and the others. How would we know? The group smiled bitterly. It was their first time leaving the dragon nest, so they were not as familiar with the outside world as Qin Feiyang and the others. No. The white-robed young man was about to give up, but he suddenly looked at the two beasts and said in a deep voice, Qin Feiyang's group fought with the Bloodhall on White Crane Island. Although I didn't see the battle with my own eyes, I can imagine that it must be a bloody battle. How can you not know? We really don't know. The two beasts shook their heads. Wasn't this making things difficult for them? I think you are not telling the truth. Die. The white-robed young man's killing intent rose. But at this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and a terrifying divine light suddenly fell. This is the beast god's punishment. The two sea beasts were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. Your Highness, be careful. At the same time, the middle-aged couple was also shocked. They hurriedly shouted and immediately unleashed their attacks to attack the divine light. Chapter 34-46. The others raised their heads to look at the divine light and frowned slightly. Who dared to attack them? Who was so bold to provoke the dragons? The divine light instantly arrived. The middle-aged couple was originally full of confidence. However, when they collided with the divine light, the couple's expression suddenly changed. They immediately screamed as their bodies exploded in the void. In just an instant, only their divine souls were left. It was simply terrifying. Not to mention the group of princesses and princes, even the group of followers and the sovereign divine weapon couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. One had to know that the couple were super experts at the perfect sovereign realm. It was too terrifying to be able to shatter their bodies in an instant, especially the white-clothed young man, because that divine light didn't stop and directly attacked him. Clang! Seeing that the white-clothed young man was about to die, the white dragon sword came back to its senses and instantly blocked the divine light above the white-clothed young man. It can actually block the beast god's punishment. The sovereign divine weapon is indeed different. However, this is the heavenly cloud ocean. No matter who dares to be presumptuous here, there's only one outcome: death. The two sea beasts looked at the white-clothed young man and sneered. As the sea beasts of the heavenly cloud ocean, they were very lucky and happy because they had the supreme existence of the beast god to protect them. Just like in the past, when the Bloodhall and Qin Feiyang fought on White Crane Island, they drove away the nearby sea beasts in advance. It could be said that they didn't have to worry about anything in the heavenly cloud ocean and could live carefree for the rest of their lives. When the white-clothed young man heard the two beasts' words, he suddenly clenched his hands and the hostility between his eyebrows became stronger. Not only was he played by Qin Feiyang and the others time and time again, but now he was provoked by two sea beasts. How dare these sea beasts be arrogant in front of him? The anger in his heart was about to burn the sky red. The beast god's punishment. I'd like to see if it can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sovereign divine weapon. The white-clothed young man suddenly roared and slammed his palm toward the two beasts. The two beasts trembled. They didn't expect this person to be so bold. Even when the beast god's punishment had descended, he still dared to attack them. One had to know. Generally speaking, once the divine beast's punishment descended, no one would dare to continue to act recklessly in the sea of heavenly clouds. Why didn't these people act according to common sense? However, at this moment, there was a loud bang. The surging lightning in the sky was like a waterfall pouring down in torrents, releasing a destructive aura. White dragon sword. The white-clothed young man shouted. He did not believe that this bullshit sanction could block the divine might of the white dragon sword. The white dragon sword recovered in an instant and slashed towards the lightning with the power to destroy the world. At this moment, the sovereign divine weapons in the bodies of the princes and princesses all released a barrier to protect their people. The white-clothed young man also gave up on killing the two sea beasts. He took the middle-aged couple's souls and rushed to the side of the red-clothed young man. This was because he didn't even need to do anything. The two sea beasts would die under the white dragon sword's sharpness. After all, they were only half-step sovereigns. How could they block the divine might of a sovereign weapon? However, sometimes, you can't do whatever you want. A boundless aura descended and enveloped the two sea beasts with lightning speed. However, the two sea beasts disappeared without a trace in an instant. Bastard! When the white-clothed young man saw this, he was instantly enraged. To him, even if they were just two insignificant sea beasts, it was unforgivable for them to be rescued from under his nose. Boom! The white dragon's sword and the lightning finally met. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and a destructive aura surged out in all directions like a torrent of wild beasts. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. The lightning seemed to contain an earth-shattering power, and it sent the white dragon sword flying. What? Everyone from the dragon clan who was present at the scene was agitated. It could send a sovereign divine weapon flying? What was that? However, it was not over yet. The lightning fell crazily and hit the barrier that the blood dragon sword had activated. Boom! The barrier was immediately distorted. When the white-clothed young man, the red-clothed young man, and their followers saw the lightning crazily attacking the barrier, their eyes widened in anger. This was because they felt the threat of death looming over them. What kind of power was this? How could it be so powerful? Beast God, please calm down. The two followers behind the red-clothed young man could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. They looked up at the sky and roared. However, there was no sound in the sky. Rumble. This lightning really did contain the power to destroy the world. With a loud crack, the barrier formed by the blood dragon sword shattered on the spot. The terrifying lightning instantly enveloped the six of them. Ah! Screams immediately sounded. Seeing this, the other princes and princesses, as well as their followers, all became extremely nervous. When the dust settled, the middle-aged couple's divine souls were not damaged. However, the white-clothed young man, the red-clothed young man, and the two followers behind the red-clothed young man had their physical bodies shattered. Only their divine souls were left. Naturally, the blood dragon sword was not damaged. However, at this moment, one could clearly sense a trace of fear and anger in the emotional fluctuations it was emitting at this moment. It was also considered a member of the dragons. Now, this so-called beast god had shattered the flesh of a few people in front of it. It was equivalent to challenging its authority. At this moment, above the sky, a cold voice sounded. This is just a lesson, but if there is a next time, then don't blame me for not giving face to your Dragon King. The voice was not very loud, but it was like a heavenly bell, echoing in the sky for a long time. What? It knows Lord Dragon King? The group of people were surprised and bewildered. Even the sovereign's divine weapons could not help but be shocked. However, the voice did not appear again, and the sea here gradually returned to its calm state. The middle-aged couple retracted their gaze and looked at Bai Longjian. They said in a deep voice, "It's not good to stay here for long, let's go." They did not expect that such a terrifying existence was hidden in the sky cloud sea. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the other party knew the existence of Lord Dragon King was enough. Because Lord Dragon King had always been in the dragon nest, only a few people in the sky cloud realm knew about it. Moreover, listening to the tone of the beast god, it seemed that there was a connection between him and Lord Dragon King. Obviously, this was not an ordinary person. Black Tortoise Realm. Welcome back, heroes. Fire Lotus stood in the sky above the Devil's Land, looking at the Horsetail Whisk, Madman, and the others. Hero? Madman was slightly taken aback, gritting his teeth. It seems that I will have to change my name to Hero Mo. Hero? I think you should be called Black Bear. The white-eyed wolf disdained. You, Madman stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. What? Have you forgotten who risked their lives to save you from the dragons? The white-eyed wolf said. Madman's expression stiffened, and he said angrily, Fine, 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 you're the best this time, I'm convinced. What's the situation? Fire Lotus looked at Madman and the white-eyed wolf in confusion. Don't say what the situation is first. The white-eyed wolf looked at the castle below and asked, It has been staying here all this time? Fire Lotus nodded. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. You didn't tell it to support us? Yes. But it said that since the other side has a ruler's weapon, there is no point in it rushing over, so it told you to fend for yourselves. Fire Lotus smiled bitterly. Damn you. The white-eyed wolf heard this and cursed in anger. Madman, Pei Tianhong, and Fu Whisk were also speechless. What happened to living and dying together? You can't be like this. Fire Lotus smiled and looked at the white-eyed wolf. You can't blame me for this, you know the castle's temper, even Cheendage didn't retreat, let alone me. I know, I don't blame you. The white-eyed wolf looked at the castle and snorted. As expected, you have to rely on yourself, others rely on you, especially some old fogies. The castle heard it, but didn't care. Fire Lotus looked curiously at the white-eyed wolf and Madman, asking, Then how did you escape? It's a long story. Madman shook his head. Suddenly, a mighty karma law suddenly burst out. The group of people quickly looked at Qin Fei Yang. Qin Fei Yang was still sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, his expression as peaceful as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. But at this moment, the karma law in his body emerged uncontrollably. He couldn't have comprehended the karma law's supreme mystery, right? Madman was surprised. That is possible. Pei Tianhong nodded. Before his voice faded. A dazzling golden light appeared and then a palm-sized golden lotus appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Although it was small, it contained a shocking divine power. Immediately after, the second one, the third one, the fourth one continued to appear. Finally, 10 golden lotuses appeared around Qin Feiyang's body. Each of the golden lotuses was like a golden sun. They revolved around Qin Feiyang and danced in the air, emitting dazzling divine light. Damn you! 10 golden lotuses, this is the supreme mystery of the karma law. Madman roared. This bastard actually comprehended the supreme mystery of the karma law. This is too unreasonable. He had just received the inheritance of the supreme mystery of the destruction law and now he comprehended the supreme mystery of the karma law. In other words, Qin Feiyang had already mastered 2 supreme mysteries. What was even more excessive was that White-Eyed Wolf also had the supreme mystery of the 3 supreme laws. But now, he didn't even have a single supreme mystery. This made his heart quite uncomfortable. Swish. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and 2 rays of divine light burst out. Looking at the 10 golden lotuses around him, his entire person was glowing and his spirit was hale and hearty. Comprehending the supreme mystery of the karma law was also somewhat beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that he would at least have to wait until he broke through to the sovereign realm before he had the chance to comprehend the supreme mystery, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. As soon as he left the Yin Demon Land, he comprehended the supreme mystery of the karma law. This undoubtedly laid a certain foundation for facing dragons in the future. Chapter 34-47. TSK, TSK, TSK. We're risking our lives outside, but you're comprehending the supreme mysteries here. Doesn't your conscience hurt? The White-Eyed Wolf smacked his lips and asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned his head to look at the White-Eyed Wolf, Frenzy, and the others and smiled. You're all here. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the second commander. His expression stiffened as he asked suspiciously, He is? Why did he look exactly like him? The second commander hurriedly took a facial restoration pill and recovered his true appearance. He bowed and said, I've offended you. Please forgive me. It's you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and said, What's going on? What else? If it weren't for my intelligence, you wouldn't even have the chance to collect our corpses. The White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Collect corpses. The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more puzzled he became. You really don't know anything? Frenzy sized up Qin Feiyang. My consciousness was all immersed in the epiphany, so I didn't pay attention to the outside world. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then you really have to reward us. Frenzy smiled bitterly. He was really relaxed. What's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. Qin Feiyang urged. Fire Lotus glanced at Frenzy and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, It's like this. Immediately, she told him everything that had happened in detail. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect that this epiphany would take so long. He thought that it would only take a short while. He also didn't expect that Frenzy and the others would take such a huge risk in order to help the rogue cultivators escape. Then how did you escape? Qin Feiyang quickly asked after coming back to his senses. Little Wang Zi, you tell him. The White-Eyed Wolf looked at Wang Chongyuan and said. He then took out a jar of black tortoise divine brew and drank a few mouthfuls to calm his nerves. It's like this. Wang Chongyuan looked at Qin Feiyang and told him everything that had happened. Hearing this, not only Fire Lotus, but even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine just how dangerous the situation was for the madman and the others. I didn't think that each of them would have a ruler's weapon. This is a bit difficult to deal with. Fire Lotus exclaimed. It's not just difficult. There's no way we can fight them head-on. Qin Feiyang shook his head. In the past, even a sovereign weapon was hard to come by. If he had a sovereign weapon in his hand, he would be able to sweep through everything. But now, several of them had popped out. No, not just a few. If the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm were the same as the dragons of the ancient realm and had 10 major races, then there should be 10 princesses and princes. Each of them would have 10 rulers' weapons, and this was just these princes and princesses. Maybe there were other rulers' weapons in the hands of the dragons. If a single dragon had so many rulers' weapons, how could they play? When did rulers' weapons become so cheap? Pei Tianhong shook his head and said, "To be honest, it's all thanks to Brother Wolf this time. Otherwise, as the castle said, even if he rushed over, it would be meaningless." They were also panicking about the dragon's foundation. Don't panic. The dragons are indeed powerful. Even if the humans of the Sky Cloud realm unite, it's impossible to defeat them. But we're different. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Pei Tianhong and the others were stunned and couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. We have the Black Tortoise realm. As long as the Black Tortoise realm exists, we have the chance to cultivate a ruler's weapon. So now, what we need the most is time. Not only do we need time to become stronger, those heaven-defying artifacts also need time to evolve into rulers' weapons. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, everyone's lost confidence couldn't help but return. It's been hard on you this time. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the second commander with a smile. Go find Dan Wangcai and let him help you open the door of potential. Thank you, young master. The second commander was overjoyed. Although they had experienced such a risk, as long as they could open the door of potential, it was worth it. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and shook his head with a smile. I know you're uncomfortable. You stay in the Black Tortoise realm and focus on comprehending the profound. I'll take care of the rest. Do I need you to say that? I originally planned to stay in the Black Tortoise realm and cultivate in seclusion. If I don't comprehend a profound this time, I won't step out of the Black Tortoise realm. Madman clenched his fists. Unknowingly, not only had Qin Feiyang caught up, but he had also surpassed him. How could this be? He could lose to anyone, but he definitely couldn't lose to Qin Feiyang. That's fine. Old Pei, Old Wang, you two rest for a while. White-eyed Wolf, come with me. Qin Feiyang said. I also need to rest. White-eyed Wolf hurriedly roared. What are you resting for? Qin Feiyang grabbed White-eyed Wolf's tail and left the Black Tortoise realm with his horsetail whisk. Wang Changyuan was stunned and turned to Pei Tianhong, asking suspiciously, why are they going out now? They still need to deal with the aftermath. Pei Tianhong smiled. Aftermath? Wang Changyuan was stunned. Yeah. Since the Rogue Cultivator Alliance betrayed us, we naturally have to take revenge on them. Otherwise, this show wouldn't be real. Pei Tianhong said. I see. Wang Changyuan nodded in realization. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while, then looked at Fire Lotus and said, Miss Fire Lotus, there's something I need your help with. My help? Fire Lotus was stunned and asked in confusion, what is it? It's Air. Pei Tianhong hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, I only have one son and one daughter. I don't want them to be restricted in the middle state for the rest of their lives. Fire Lotus thought for a while and asked, you mean, you want me to tell Qin Dage to let Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu go to the Devil's Land? No. The cultivation environment in the Black Tortoise realm is similar, there's no need to go to the Devil's Land. I just want you to help and see if you can open the door of potential for them. As long as they open the door of potential, when they become stronger, they will naturally be put in an important position by the young master. Pei Tianhong said. I see. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. I really can't help you with this. Pei Tianhong couldn't help but feel disappointed. Actually, this still depends on your performance. Although Qin Dage doesn't like to talk about some things, he sees what you do. When he feels that he can help you, you don't need to say anything, he will take the initiative to ask. Fire Lotus smiled slightly. All right. Pei Tianhong nodded. Although it was a bit far away, it was better than having no hope. Outside. Brother really needs to recuperate. Listen to this. My heart is still thumping. I'm scared to death. The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang and roared. Enough. Stop acting. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Why don't you think of brother when there's something good? The white-eyed wolf had no choice but to complain. What do you mean? Don't tell me that your 3 supreme laws of nature came from the wind. Besides, you're not weak now. If you want to continue plundering other people's laws, even if you don't do it yourself, you should at least do it, Qin Feiyang said in annoyance. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Listening to what you said, you're planning to kill those followers? That's not nonsense. Since we've already formed a grudge, it doesn't matter how many I kill. Qin Feiyang sneered. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf immediately became spirited. He threw away the wine jar in his hand and roared, "Then hurry up." Qin Feiyang looked at the divine wine spilled below and the corner of his mouth twitched. What a waste. He glared at the white-eyed wolf and said, "This kind of thing can't be rushed. You have to find an opportunity slowly. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely at Qin Feiyang and took out another jar of black tortoise divine wine. "How much black tortoise divine wine do you have on you?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "It's none of your business." The white-eyed wolf turned his head and continued drinking. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel powerless, but there was nothing he could do. Who told him to get involved with this bastard? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang let the horsetail whisk enter his chi-si and then let the white-eyed wolf take him to Sky Cloud Island. Since the final battle took place on Sky Cloud Island, the little rabbit should know the whereabouts of the dragon's group. Sky Cloud Island. It was as quiet and peaceful as ever, like a paradise. Big brother. Arriving in the sky above Sky Cloud Island, Qin Feiyang saw the little rabbit holding a jar of wine and lying on a bluestone at the top of the mountain. She was leisurely drinking wine while resting on her little rabbit legs. Too comfortable. Even Qin Feiyang was envious. The white-eyed wolf took a sip of the black tortoise divine wine, then looked at the little rabbit and muttered, "At this time, if there's a plate of stir-fried rabbit meat, or a whole roasted rabbit, it should taste good." "What are you muttering?" Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. "Nothing, nothing." The white-eyed wolf quickly waved its paws. What a joke. If the little rabbit knew, it wouldn't be roasted rabbit meat, but fried wolf meat. "Little brother?" Seeing Qin Feiyang, the little rabbit was stunned at first, then immediately got up and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the black tortoise divine wine in the white-eyed wolf's hand, it swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Qin Feiyang, urging, "Hurry up, take out your black tortoise divine wine." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, glancing at the white-eyed wolf. "Didn't you hear? Why are you looking at me? I don't have any black tortoise divine wine." The white-eyed wolf shook its head. Keep pretending, keep pretending." Qin Feiyang sneered. The little rabbit also looked at the white-eyed wolf. Very directly, a flame appeared. "What are you doing?" The white-eyed wolf quickly retreated. "I've eaten a lot of roasted lambs, but I haven't tried a roasted wolf. I wonder how it tastes." The little rabbit bared its fangs. "What the hell? You actually thought of the same thing as me?" The white-eyed wolf was astonished. "What? Thinking of the same thing?" The little rabbit was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. Chapter 34-48. Oh no. The white-eyed wolf's eyelids twitched. What a fool. It actually exposed its inner thoughts. Who didn't know about the little rabbit's methods? If the little rabbit knew that it had the idea of roasting a rabbit, it would definitely not have a good ending. The little rabbit pondered for a while, looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, "You also want to try the taste of roasted wolf meat?" "Ah!" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Try the taste of roasted wolf meat? What was going on? It was so obvious, but it didn't understand. Could it be that the little rabbit didn't understand what it meant? It seemed that its IQ wasn't much. The white-eyed wolf smiled obsequiously. Yes, I also want to try, but don't look for me, my old meat is smelly and sour, it doesn't taste good." The little rabbit rolled its eyes. The white-eyed wolf felt that the matter was over and wanted to get closer. But the little rabbit frowned and shook its head. "No, that's not what you mean." Then it lowered its head and pondered. "That's what I mean, don't think about it. Isn't it just black tortoise divine brew? There's a lot." The white-eyed wolf waved its paw, and a pile of black tortoise divine brew immediately appeared in front of the little rabbit. Like a small mountain, there were at least 500 to 600 jars. So much. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. It's nothing, nothing. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly. After the little rabbit saw the black tortoise divine brew, it didn't probe further. Its eyes lit up, and it immediately threw it into the original jar, hugged a jar of black tortoise divine brew, and drank it. This was what wine was. If it wanted to drink, it had to drink divine brew. Looking at the intoxicated little rabbit, Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Big brother, there's something I want to ask you. Just say it. The little rabbit said as it drank. Qin Feiyang said, you should know about the battle that happened on White Crane Island, right? I know. The little rabbit nodded. The white-eyed wolf was stunned, and immediately said angrily, if you know, why didn't you come and help us? Are we still brothers? Aren't you guys still alive and well? The little rabbit pouted. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, he glared fiercely at Little Rabbit. Why was she the same as Jiyu Bao? Qin Feiyang asked, then do you know who they are? Of course I do. Dragons. There was a trace of disdain in the little rabbit's eyes. Since you knew, why didn't you tell me before? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Why should I tell you? To court death. The little rabbit rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. She drank a mouthful of black tortoise divine brew, and then said, I say, you brat, just calm down. The dragons are still people you can provoke right now. We didn't provoke them. They were the ones who took the initiative to attack. We went to the Yin Devil Land purely to find the fire dragon. Who would have thought that we would provoke them? Qin Feiyang also looked aggrieved. All right. Don't put on a pitiful look to gain sympathy. Besides, even if you look at Uncle Rabbit with tears in your eyes, Uncle Rabbit won't help you deal with the dragons. Little Rabbit shook her head. Why? Don't tell me even you are afraid of them, the white-eyed wolf said. It's not a matter of whether I'm afraid or not. Little Rabbit pondered for a while, shook her head, and said, there are some things that you won't understand even if I tell you. If you don't tell us, we definitely won't understand. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. I find that you, little wolf, need to be taught a lesson. Little Rabbit suddenly looked at the white-eyed wolf with bad intentions. No. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly waved his paws and smiled flatteringly. Little Rabbit rolled her eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and said, let's put it this way. I'm afraid one reason is that the dragons are too strong, and Uncle Rabbit can't provoke them. The other reason is the beast god. Beast god? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. So this little rabbit is really not the beast god of the heavenly clouds sea? Yes. The beast god has set 2 rules. The first, you are not allowed to intervene in the affairs of the 4 continents. The second, you are not allowed to have any friction with the creatures of the 4 forbidden areas. Including the dragons. Little Rabbit said. What? The creatures of the 4 forbidden areas? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Could it be that the other 3 forbidden areas also have a mysterious race hidden? Huh! Little Rabbit was taken aback for a moment, then slapped her mouth fiercely, and said angrily, drinking is really bad, I accidentally let it slip. Ahem. After saying that, she coughed dryly, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, just treat it as Uncle Rabbit farting. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he was extremely speechless. In short, Uncle Rabbit doesn't care what you want to do, but if you want Uncle Rabbit to help you, it's absolutely impossible. Little Rabbit shook her head and said while drinking the divine wine. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Little Qin Zi, you actually became sworn brothers with such a disloyal guy. You must be blind. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Was this a choice he could make? At that time, it was Lunatic who forced him to become sworn brothers. Besides, Little Rabbit had actually helped them a lot over the years. Take the destruction of the Blood Hall for example. If it weren't for Little Rabbit restraining Ice Dragon, would they have been able to successfully destroy the Blood Hall? In short, they had to be grateful to Little Rabbit. Don't use this kind of trick to provoke Uncle Rabbit, it's useless. Little Rabbit glanced at the white-eyed wolf indifferently. You're even more thick-skinned than me, the white-eyed wolf muttered, but there was nothing he could do. But Little Rabbit thought for a while, looked at Qin Fei Yang, and said with a grin, if I don't help, then as a big brother, I really don't know how to be a person. Qin Fei Yang immediately looked at Little Rabbit, his eyes full of expectation. Although Uncle Rabbit can't interfere in your battle, it didn't say that I can't help you cultivate your forces. Go and pick some talented people for Uncle Rabbit. I promise to cultivate a group of super strong people for you. Little Rabbit said. Qin Fei Yang was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. Although he didn't know the true strength of the little rabbit, he knew that it was no ordinary being. It was able to restrain the ice dragon, and had a time formation that lasted 5,000 years in a day. It was also able to raise the space-time step and spectre ghost steps to the paragon level in a very short time. With Little Rabbit's help, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, the white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and said disdainfully, I thought it was something else. Just this. I don't care. Little Rabbit looked at the white-eyed wolf. Big brother, don't listen to it. It's fine as long as I care. Qin Fei Yang hurriedly said, not forgetting to glare at the white-eyed wolf. You don't care because you can snatch the power of laws, but what about others? I can't throw away this rare opportunity because of you. Little Rabbit glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Fei Yang and said with a smile, Kid, you have good eyesight. Who knows how many people in the Sky Cloud realm want to be Uncle Rabbit's disciple, but Uncle Rabbit doesn't care about them and finds it troublesome. Yes. Qin Fei Yang nodded. Anyway, kid, whatever Little Rabbit says is right. Little Rabbit smiled proudly and then said, however, it can't be too many because it's really troublesome. How about this, at most 100 people? 100 people? Qin Fei Yang frowned. Little Rabbit said, be content. This is also because we are sworn brothers. Otherwise, Uncle Rabbit wouldn't be bothered with you. Just a little bit more. Qin Fei Yang looked at Little Rabbit with a pleading gaze. Little Rabbit frowned and asked, then how many do you want? 10,000. Qin Fei Yang said without hesitation. What? 10,000? Why don't you kill Uncle Rabbit? Little Rabbit rolled its eyes. 10,000 people, do you want to tire it to death? Qin Fei Yang smiled embarrassedly and said, then how about 9,000? I really can't do anything to you, at most 1,000 people. Little Rabbit said. Qin Fei Yang said helplessly, big brother, this isn't a business deal, and you still want to bargain? Why don't we just set the price, 8,000? Little Rabbit was stunned. Didn't he say that this wasn't a business deal? Why did he set the price directly? Hypocritical kid. Big brother, please help me out. You see, the dragons are so strong, I'm alone and have no way to fight with them. Actually, there aren't many people in my Black Tortoise world. 6,000 dark guards, 10 commanders, Pei Tianhong, and the people around me, there are less than 7,000 people in total. Qin Fei Yang looked at the little rabbit pitifully. He almost ran up to her and acted like a spoiled child. We're all brothers, why are you bargaining like this? At most, we'll pay for your wine in the future. White-eyed Wolf said. Do you think that Uncle Rabbit is greedy for your Black Tortoise divine brew? With Uncle Rabbit's status, wherever I go, won't I be treated with the highest standard? Little Rabbit said with disdain. White-eyed Wolf nodded and said, yes, you're the best, but those people basically have ulterior motives. We're different, we're talking about true feelings. True feelings? Little Rabbit's mouth twitched, speechless. You really dare to say that? Isn't it? Have you seen people as sincere as us? White-eyed Wolf pursed his lips. Little Rabbit looked at White-eyed Wolf, then looked at Qin Fei Yang, raised its head and gulped down a large jar of Black Tortoise divine brew, nodding. All right, I really admire you. Uncle Rabbit will work hard for a while. Thank you, big brother. Qin Fei Yang quickly cupped his fists and thanked it. Don't be so polite. Black Tortoise divine brew, make sure you have enough. Also, I'll help you now, but in the future, when I need help, you have to be at my beck and call. Little Rabbit said indifferently. That's a must. Qin Fei Yang patted his chest and vowed, in the future, if Big Brother needs anything, just say the word, Little Brother will go through water and tread on fire. Stop, stop. Little Rabbit quickly raised its paw and stopped Qin Fei Yang, then smiled helplessly. Then Uncle Rabbit will go and arrange it, send him over 3 days later. Okay. Qin Fei Yang nodded. By the way, let me tell you another news. Little Rabbit raised the corner of its mouth and sneered. Beast God made a move just now. What? Beast God made a move? Qin Fei Yang and White-Eyed Wolf were shocked. That's right. Those dragons are too arrogant. They actually dared to attack the sea beasts of our heavenly cloud sea. As a result, Beast God's punishment came and several of them had their bodies destroyed. Little Rabbit said. Amazing. Qin Fei Yang exclaimed. These dragons' princesses and princes all had sovereign divine weapons, but even so, their bodies were destroyed by Beast God. This strength was really amazing. Chapter 34:49. Of course, if the Beast God is not powerful, how can he intimidate everyone and make the heavenly clouds sea so peaceful? The little rabbit smiled proudly. That's true. Qin Fei Yang nodded and asked, then where are they now? I don't know, but at that time, they were running away from the heavenly clouds sea with their tails between their legs. The little rabbit shook its head. Haha, I can imagine how miserable they were at that time. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Qin Fei Yang looked at the white-eyed wolf and pondered for a while, then looked at the little rabbit and said, in that case, the heavenly cloud sea will be an absolutely safe place in the future. The little rabbit was slightly stunned and hurriedly asked, what do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to settle down in the heavenly cloud sea. I have this idea. Qin Fei Yang smiled. Scram. Don't bring trouble to the heavenly cloud sea. Otherwise, when the Beast God blames you, even I can't protect you. In short, no matter what you do in other places, you must not break the peace here. The little rabbit looked at Qin Fei Yang with an extremely serious expression and warned. All right. Qin Fei Yang smiled awkwardly. The little rabbit had already said so, what else could he say? In fact, it was understandable. Just like in the Black Tortoise world, he didn't want anyone to break the peace of the Black Tortoise world. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Fei Yang and asked, then we're going to the Western continent now? Qin Fei Yang nodded. Then are we going directly to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, or? The white-eyed wolf asked. We can't go directly to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. What if the dragons expect us to take revenge on the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and set up an ambush there in advance, then wouldn't we be walking right into their trap? Qin Fei Yang pondered for a while and smiled. Let's go to Maple Valley first and see the situation. All right. The white-eyed wolf nodded and opened a space-time legendary passage. At the same time, Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You have such a strong lineup. They actually let them escape from White Crane Island. I shouldn't have trusted you. What should I do now? They will definitely come for revenge. In the courtyard, the Alliance Master, Vice Alliance Master, and Hall of Famers glared at the silver-haired woman and her 2 companions. Don't get so worked up. People make mistakes, horses stumble. This is a very normal thing. Besides, we've come to the Alliance capital again precisely to wait for them to come for revenge. The silver-haired woman smiled. With just the 3 of you? Do you really not know how terrifying Qin Fei Yang is? 2 sovereign-level divine weapons and a slaughter domain comparable to a sovereign-level divine weapon. If they really came prepared, you are no match for them. I'm such a fool. I actually believed your nonsense. No. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Old Yi, Old Chi, give the order to transfer all the disciples and resources. I can't stay here any longer. The Alliance Master glared at the 3 women before turning to the Vice Alliance Masters and said in a deep voice. All right. The 2 Vice Alliance Masters nodded. Wait. The silver-haired woman raised her eyebrows. What do you want? The Alliance Master glared at her angrily. The silver-haired woman sneered. You want to transfer them after provoking Qin Fei Yang? Is this the temper of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance? How many times do you want me to repeat myself? My Rogue Cultivators Alliance can't afford to provoke Qin Fei Yang. Because my Rogue Cultivators Alliance is different from yours. You have sovereign-level divine weapons, But we don't. The Alliance Master shouted angrily. Are you really willing to give up on the Western continent? The silver-haired woman frowned. So what if I can't? I don't want the foundation that my ancestors worked so hard to build to be destroyed in my hands. In any case, we have to transfer them. The Alliance Master said in a deep voice. What if I don't allow it? The silver-haired woman's eyes turned cold. Seeing this, the two white-haired old women also released a bone-piercing chill toward the Alliance Master and his companions. The Alliance Master and his companions' hearts sank. They said angrily, "This is an internal matter of my Rogue Cultivators Alliance. What right do you have to disallow it?" Right. The silver-haired woman slowly stood up and looked at the three of them. A trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes. Strength is the right. If you dare to move, Qin Feiyang won't need to do anything. I'll kill you right now. You, the Alliance Master was furious. Don't force me to do it. I don't like killing. It's best if we can settle this peacefully. The silver-haired woman showed a kind smile. However, the Alliance Master and his companions couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. This woman was more difficult to deal with than the other princes and princesses. Actually, he didn't really want to move. He was just acting for the silver-haired woman and her companions. The silver-haired woman smiled. Actually, you don't have to worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to your Rogue Cultivators Alliance. You're using us as bait, the Alliance Master said in a deep voice. I won't deny it. After all, if you disappear, who will Qin Feiyang seek revenge from? But you really don't have to be afraid. Although I'm in your Rogue Cultivators Alliance now, as long as Qin Feiyang and his companions dare to appear, my brothers and sisters will definitely rush over immediately. The silver-haired woman smiled, her face full of confidence. The Alliance Master lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He looked at the silver-haired woman and asked, "Do I have any other choice? What do you think?" The silver-haired woman asked back with a smile. Sigh. The Alliance Master sighed deeply and turned to look at the Deputy Alliance Master and the Hall of Famers. He said, "Pass down the order. Whether it's the management or the disciples below, if there's nothing important, don't run around." Yes. The two of them respectfully replied. Then, they turned around and left with a helpless expression on their faces. That's right. The silver-haired woman smiled. The two white-haired old women behind her finally relaxed a lot. As long as you're happy. The Alliance Master shook his head. Your temperament still needs to be improved. There was a trace of disappointment in the silver-haired woman's eyes. As a dignified overlord, and the number one person in the Sky Cloud realm in terms of comprehension of the space-time law, how could he have so little courage? I don't need you to remind me. I know what to do to be more beneficial to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Alliance Master coldly snorted. All right. I don't care about anything else, as long as you listen to me obediently. After the silver-haired woman finished speaking, she pondered for a moment and asked, You and Qin Feiyang have known each other for so long. You should know them very well, right? Yes. The Alliance Master nodded. Then besides you, who else is most familiar with them and has the best relationship with them? The silver-haired woman asked. The Alliance Master lowered his head and pondered for a moment. His eyes suddenly lit up as he nodded and said, There are a few people who have a particularly good relationship with them. Who? The silver-haired woman quickly asked. The Alliance Master said in a deep voice, Zhuo Tianxing, Elder Yu, Lu Jingyuan, and a girl named Zhao Xiaojin. There was no need to hide these things. Because the dragons would find out sooner or later. And taking the initiative to say it and waiting for the dragons to find out, the result would be different. At that time, the dragons would ask them why they didn't say it at the time. This was tantamount to a flaw. Hearing this, the silver-haired woman immediately ordered, Go and call them here immediately. Okay. The Alliance Master nodded, looked at the Shunmang couple on his shoulder, and ordered, Go quickly. Whoosh. Hearing this, the Shunmang couple immediately soared into the sky and disappeared like lightning. Maple Valley. Back then, when Qin Feiyang and the others fought with the Blood Hall, Maple Valley had already been razed to the ground. Now, Although it was full of vitality under the nourishment of the spirit vein and the crystal vein, the scene of the past could no longer be found. On a mountain top, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf restrained their auras and stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the Alliance capital from afar. The white-eyed wolf retracted his gaze and transmitted his voice. Actually, we still have a lot of problems to solve now. What problems? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. For example, Yi Tian and the fire dragon. Yi Tian is your master's grandson, and the fire dragon is the child of the Shunmang couple. Sooner or later, they will be brought to the table. And Zhao Xiaojin. Her relationship with us is not ordinary either. The white-eyed wolf secretly said. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled and shook his head. These are not difficult problems, because other than the Alliance leader and the others, no one knows that the fire dragon and Yi Tian are in the Black Tortoise realm. As for Zhao Xiaojin, let her find a chance to leave the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Then what is the problem in your eyes? The white-eyed wolf asked. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Is there a need to ask? Of course it's how to defeat the dragons. Nonsense. Is this a problem for you alone? This is a problem that all of us share. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. Actually, I have an idea. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and a light flashed in his eyes. What idea? The white-eyed wolf looked at him curiously. He knew that this guy had a lot of ideas. Didn't the little rabbit say that other than the Yin Demon Land, the other 3 forbidden lands also have a force? We might as well go and cooperate with them. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment, then nodded. You don't say, it is indeed a feasible method. But there is also a problem. What if the forces of the 3 forbidden lands have a good relationship with the dragons? I am also considering this point. If they have a good relationship with the dragons, then we will be walking into a trap if we go and look for them. Qin Feiyang sighed. This little rabbit is really infuriating. Can't she just tell us? The white-eyed wolf was extremely annoyed. It has its own difficulties. Why force it? To be honest, I am already very grateful that it can help me develop a force. Qin Feiyang smiled. He could imagine that in the future, a terrifying force would be born around him. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and asked, then should we find an opportunity to enter the other 3 forbidden lands and take a look? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Buzz. At this moment, there was a sound from the divine voice stone. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, took out the divine voice stone, and then checked. A smile crept up on his face. Who is it? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Qin Feiyang did not answer, and directly activated the divine voice stone, and 2 phantoms immediately appeared. It was the deputy chief and the Hall of Famers,